it's a nice way to kind of spotlight what they're thinking and their process through the story. And it also has a nice way of kind of, you know, halting the story for a little bit and giving you a moment to kind of smell the roses in a sort of narrative sense, you know. So, you know, we've reached this. I used it as a way to kind of almost bookmark chapters of the plot line, so I could say, okay, you know, we've come to this point, and now this character is going to talk about the situation that they're in, and you know, when you reach a point of the story where there's a change or a transition, they're great kind of markers to go from one place to another. You know, here's the end of chapter 1. This character will, you know, give you an outro.
Well, you are Davros. You are the creator of the Daleks. Is that a statement or a question? You are on trial, and I am to recognize the authority of this court. Daleks holding a trial. How low have you sunk without me? Daleks are supreme. Daleks do not need humanoid life forms. Then why go to such effort to bring me home? The Supreme Dalek requires... Supreme Dalek? Don't be ridiculous. I am the Supreme Dalek, Emperor and Venkatri all in one. You need no other. Release me. You are on trial. Of what crimes am I accused? No crimes. Then what am I on trial for? You are on trial. I say again, what? Ah, I see. Not a trial. I feel like second-hand goods. I cannot be returned if you consider me faulty. What are you trying me out for exactly? A schism has occurred. I am aware of this. You have created this schism yourselves. Why should I repair it? We need you. You are the greatest force in the known galaxies, possibly the entire universe. Flattered as I am, I ask again, why do you need me? Dalek conquests are failing. Dalek wars are being lost. We need direction. Pathetic. When you began, you were unbeatable, unconquerable. Now you cower in the darkness of our ancestral home, too frightened to venture out. When did Daleks recognize fear, or weakness, or fallibility? You have the potential to be absolute. That is why you were created. That is why you exist. The potential requires that. You are pathetic. You have become ghosts of what you were. Your recent escapades have seen you become a pale imitation of your past. There is no greater responsibility than potential, and you have squandered that. Together, we shall explore the past to learn of what is needed for your future. Explain? No. No, I need time to recuperate, to consider, to plan. To plan a new destiny for you. Leave me. I must ruminate on all of this. I must think about what has gone before and what can be learned from your mistakes. The mistakes of the past.
Execution squad, prime your weapons. Take aim. Fire. Execution squad, lower your weapons. For the greater glory of the colored people and the safety of our nation, your duty is done. Dismissed.
Why the long face, Captain? We've removed another obstacle to the achievement of a ceasefire.
Colonel Asgard, there are greater obstacles to overcome to achieve a ceasefire than a handful of frightened soldiers.
They were cowards, Brogan. Cowards and traitors. If you're not with us, you're against us. I'm sure I don't need to remind you of that. Bodies will have to be checked. Walk with me.
They were loyal soldiers who made one mistake.
The worst kind of mistake. They deserted their posts. They ran away.
There was the imminent danger that they could be killed, sir. The area was mined. They'd already been through so much. A momentary panic seized them.
It cost them their lives. Sympathetic as I am, Brogan, the strictest discipline must be maintained at all times. At all times. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
It falls to us to make this world a safer place for our children. You don't have children, do you?
Not yet, sir. No.
Davros and Yarvel mean everything to me. I'd die to protect them. I'd kill any man who poses a threat.
And your wife?
My wife is
That one isn't dead.
riddled with bullets and still struggling to survive. What amazingly resilient creatures we are.
He's entitled to a second chance. I'll call for the medic.
You'll do no such thing. We've already had to waste ammunition on these cowards. I see little point in wasting medical supplies as well.
Sir.
Arrange a detail to bury them in unmarked graves. We don't want the cadavers to be found by Thal patrols. They'd know there's been dissent in the ranks.
Sir. Colonel. Are you all right? Colonel Nasgard?
Fine. Thank you, Captain Brogan. I'm fine. Just do as I've instructed.
Yes, sir. At once, sir.
Well, at least we have full employment. The young are provided with useful skills, opportunities to progress, should they live long enough to take advantage of them. You might almost say that war keeps us out of trouble.
Calcula.
Councillor Quested, just the man to contribute to our little discussion.
Not now, I'm afraid. 1,000 apologies for this interruption. I can see that you're busy with our friend here.
Oh, do excuse us, Matros. We must continue this fascinating conversation some other time. You looked flushed, Councillor.
I'm in rather a hurry. We've been summoned to an emergency meeting.
We?
The council.
The council, of course. I'll see to it that you're not disturbed.
Thank you. And I'd appreciate it if you could deal with any inquiries on my behalf.
That is what personal assistants are for. Have you, any idea what the emergency meeting is to be about?
Only that it cannot be discussed with anyone outside the council itself.
Even with members of the House of Congress?
Even with the most trusted members of the House of Congress. This is not the place to speak freely. You know that.
You're right. Too many politicians within earshot.
Up to my apartment later. Treat it as a briefing session after the routine business of the day.
I'll bring my notepad.
Until later.
Now there goes a man who carries the weight of Skara on his shoulders.
Councillor Quested copes admirably with the pressures of high office.
I feel certain that you'll cope far better when you attain those giddy heights yourself.
Did you want something, Mangrantine?
No more than a few moments of your time to finalize the syllabus for your son's further education.
It's a matter of small concern to me what you teach my son, as long as it satisfies his thirst for knowledge and prepares him adequately for the future. I'm paying you an obscene amount of money to give him a start in life that most children would kill for.
What matters to me is that Master Davros receives the best possible education a boy of undoubted intellectual ability could wish for. The money isn't important. I'd be happy to offer my services free of charge.
Never let it be said that I owe you anything, Mangrantine. As to the syllabus, discuss it with my son. He'll tell you what interests him and what doesn't.
Yarvel, it's getting cold out here. You should go into the house. The light will fade soon.
You worry too much, Tashek.
Your mother will blame me if anything happens to you or your brother while she's away from home. If either of you falls ill...
My mother wouldn't notice if anything happened to me. She has eyes only for Davros.
That's not true.
2 years younger than me, but oh so precious Davros is allowed to do what he wants. Come and go as he pleases, whilst I must obey the rules. Come here, go there, do this, do that.
Davros is still a boy. At 18, you're almost a woman.
Almost a woman, no longer a child. Trapped in the middle of nowhere. Tashek, I'm not even a proper soldier.
You're training to be one. Everyone has to serve their time in the military, youth. Your brother, too, when he's old enough.
You used to be a nurse.
Not before I'd served my time in the academy. Your father had to serve his time in the academy when he was almost a man. Look at him today. My baby brother Nazgard. A senior officer of the military elite. A colonel.
And mother, a politician.
Your mother is fighting the war in her own way. She's a clever woman. Always was. Oh, but politics isn't for you, Yarvel. You can do better than that.
He's probably in his room, reading that old doll book he adores so much. No, of course. He'll be down at the lake, as usual. I don't know what could be of so much interest.
Go and fetch him. Tell him I'm putting his food on the table.
I'm not his servant. Let Davros starve. He'll come home when he's ready.
Almost a woman, Yarvel. No longer a child.
Well, if he isn't at the lake, I'm coming straight back. He can eat berries and sleep under the stars for all I care. Davros?
No matter how many times I've looked down at the city from your apartment, Quested, it never ceases to impress me.
Which of them never ceases to impress? The city? My apartment?
Both, but mainly the city. One of few that remain intact so close to the Thal border.
Relatively intact, for the moment. Your drink. The way you like it?
Neat with a twist? Thank you. I can't stay long. Tashek will convince herself that I'm putting career before family.
And you can't afford to upset Tashek. Not the woman who makes it possible for you to keep your lakeside villa.
Do I detect a note of disapproval in your voice? My husband's ancestors have lived near the lake for several generations.
Enjoy it while you can. It wouldn't be my choice of residence. I need to be at the center of things, able to respond to a crisis without delay.
I have a city apartment. Not as opulent as this one, of course, but it'll do until my fortunes improve.
As they no doubt will, Calcula.
Am I to take it that a crisis is already upon us?
The war has reached an absolute stalemate. Deadlock. It's going nowhere. The Council is at a loss what to do.
Councillor, the war has been going nowhere for hundreds of years. Somehow the deadlock must be broken.
That's just it. The deadlock can't be broken. Our enemies are able to anticipate every move, every Khalid stratagem, and to counter it with one of their own. We send in troops, they send in exactly the same number. We launch a missile, and in the very same moment they answer with a missile. We can do nothing that they don't already seem to know about.
There must be a spy in our midst.
The Council has concluded as much.
Someone with a wealth of high-security knowledge and information that's being passed on to the Thals.
The Council has concluded as much.
Someone in a privileged position, someone who is perhaps close to the Council, or even a member of the Council.
The Council has
concluded as much. Yes.
As you say, a crisis is indeed upon us. And even if there isn't a spy, it is always advisable to invent one, just in case.
Davros! Davros! Oh, you answer me! I know you're not far away. All your things are here, your bag, your clothes. Don't try to pretend you can't hear me when I know you're... Oh! Davros! You idiot! You stupid idiot! What are you doing in the water?
What does it look like under?
Being an idiot, that's what! You wait until Mother finds out. She's warned us never to go swimming in Dramakin Lake.
She won't find out from me. Are you going to tell her? Are you going to tell tales to Mother? Can't stop you.
It's dangerous to swim in the lake. All sorts of things could live in there.
All sorts of things do.
Look at this, Yarvel. It was at the bottom.
It's a rock.
Take it.
No, it's wet.
Take it, go on.
It's a rock, Davros. There must be millions of these scattered about. It's just a boring old dump. It moved. I felt it move.
Of course it moved. It's alive.
It's a rock. Rocks don't move.
That's because it isn't a rock. It's a shell, a carapace, a protective layer. The creature itself lives inside, and you shouldn't have dropped it. You wouldn't like to be dropped from a great height.
If I had a protective shell, it wouldn't bother me. Davros, you're not taking it home. We're not having that disgusting thing in the house.
Have you no interest in other life forms? There's more to Skaro than Khalids and Thals. Life is life, whatever outward shape it takes, however many legs or eyes it has.
That thing is ugly. Throw it into the lake, because I'm telling you, it isn't coming home with us.
We evolved from creatures not dissimilar to this, over millions of years, to become what we are now. Maybe in another million years, we'll have evolved back again.
Maybe some of us have already started.
You wanted to see me, Colonel?
Oh, please close that blasted tent flap, Captain. You're letting out all the warm air.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
I've received a communique from Central Command. Brief, to the point.
Not bad news, I hope, sir.
Perhaps, perhaps not.
Sir?
The substance of the message is that I've been relieved of my duties, with immediate effect. That at this moment, you are the senior officer in charge, Major Brogan.
Surely there must be... Major? Did you say Major?
With responsibility comes promotion. Someone has to do the job. You're next in line. Well done.
I don't know what to say. Thank you, sir. I mean, it comes as a complete surprise. You'll be sorely missed, of course.
I shouldn't think so.
Absolutely, Colonel. You're very highly thought of by the men.
What I mean is that it shouldn't come as a complete surprise. Not to you. Not when your reports to Central Command have been instrumental in making it happen in the first place.
I'm not sure I understand. There must be some mistake.
And the mistake is on your side. Copies of those reports have been relayed to me from Command Headquarters.
Sir, they were confidential. Central Command had no right...
Health problems, it says here. Erratic behavior. Which particular kind of erratic behavior is that, Brogan?
You're not well, Colonel Nascard. You haven't been well for some considerable time. I couldn't continue to ignore what was becoming quite obvious to everyone. I had no alternative but to go over your head.
Before your ailing colonel ordered any more summary executions.
It wasn't my wish to embarrass you, sir. Nor was I seeking advancement for myself. My only concern is for the welfare of those to whom I have a responsibility. With respect, sir, that includes you.
You acted in good faith, Brogan.
I did, sir. I'm glad you see it that way.
And if it's any consolation, had our positions been reversed, I'd have done the same for you.
I'll arrange an escort home for you, sir. No doubt you'll want to be reunited with your family as soon as possible.
That won't be necessary.
So, what are you doing?
Take my pistol. You can discharge your final responsibility to me where we stand. Single shot to the head. Your duty's done.
No!
Military protocol, Major.
No, I won't do it!
You would deny me the chance of an honorable death on the field of battle.
You'll have to kill yourself. I'm not going to do it for you.
You've already started. You might at least have the decency to finish the job. It's in the gift of a commanding officer to end the life of a dying soldier if that dying soldier so wishes.
I choose not to exercise that gift, Colonel. You're ill, but you could live for weeks or months, possibly years. Think about your wife, your children. I'm not going to take that time away from your family. One way or another, the killing has to stop. Give me your pistol.
Don't worry, Major Brogan. I'm not going to commit suicide. It would make it too easy for you.
I don't want extra lessons, Mother. I didn't ask for them. I don't need them. Especially from Magrantine. He irritates me.
He speaks very highly of you, Davros. I've gone to great lengths to arrange it all, and I do think you're being a little bit ungrateful. Magrantine is a busy man who has many calls on his time, some of them from the Council. He doesn't give extracurricular lessons to everyone.
I doubt that he gives them to anyone.
As it happens, Tashek, he did offer to provide his services without charge, a measure of his regard for my clever boy. I declined. It's enough that he's prepared to help Davros in such a generous way.
I don't want his help. I don't want anyone's help. I just want to be left alone.
Oh, nonsense. You spend too much time on your own. A boy of your age should be interacting more with people outside his own family, developing his social skills, not disappearing to the lake whenever my back is turned. It isn't healthy.
I think Davros is being very ungrateful. I wouldn't refuse extra lessons.
They'd be wasted on you. But give them to her mother. If Yarvel's so keen, let her have them.
Yes, that would be an interesting solution. However, your brother's right, my sweet. They would be wasted on you. You're hardly destined for a future of academic excellence.
Calcula, that's a terrible thing to say. You could give Yarvel a bit more encouragement. She is your only daughter.
Davros is my only son. 2 more children than you have, Tashek. I'll bring them up as I see fit and not as you'd wish me to bring them up. They are, after all, my flesh and blood.
Oh, yes, your flesh and blood, Calcula. I've no doubt of that. But they won't be children for much longer. Yarvel is going to climb through the ranks of the Academy, and Davros won't be far behind. It's a pity you're not at home more to watch them growing into adults.
I think you've said enough.
Not quite enough, I think. I've held my tongue too often in the past when it would have been better to speak out. You may be a powerful woman in the world of politics, Calcula. Not here. Not in the House of Nazgard, where you're expected to be a wife and mother first. Politicians second.
We're at war, Tashek, or perhaps you hadn't noticed. Hiding away from the real world, still playing at house, while the rest of us try to stop Skaro from falling into chaos.
Shut up.
Why are you arguing?
Shut up, all of you.
Davros, I won't be spoken to like that.
There's a military elite cruiser outside. Can't you hear it?
Yes, Father!
Counselor Quested. This is an unexpected surprise. Do come in. My laboratory is at your disposal.
Tell me, Magrantine, you've made a special study of nuclear fission. You probably understand the subject better than most. The potential, the risks, the dangers.
There's a great deal yet to be learned. That much I can tell you.
What would be the immediate consequences of a nuclear strike on this city?
What are you suggesting?
Answer me, Magrantine.
Total devastation. Buildings would be razed to the ground, thousands of people killed by the blast or the heat.
Thousands? They'd be survivors.
Those who survived would face the unknown perils of radioactive fallout. Sickness, disease, starvation. Worse.
But there would be survivors.
Some, perhaps. In all the experiments I've conducted to test the effect of radiation on living organisms, the result has been the same. Death. None has survived the radiation chamber for long.
Step up your experiments, Magrantine. I'd like to see this radiation chamber of yours.
Consider it done, Counselor. You're standing inside it even as we speak.
What? You should have warned me.
It isn't programmed and can only be activated from the other side of the door. It's quite safe. I wouldn't be standing here myself if it wasn't.
I've taken up too much of your time. Let me know about those experiments as soon as possible.
Sit down, Nazgard. You're exhausted. If I'd known, I could have prepared a meal for us all to celebrate.
Well, Tashek, you didn't know. The only one who knew was Major Brogan.
That's not entirely true, Colonel, as I've explained.
Major Brogan, not Captain anymore? Oh, you've been forced to retire, haven't you, Nazgard? Your health has finally let you down.
Calculate isn't as bad as they're trying to make it look.
Are you dying, Father? Will you be dead soon?
Davros!
Your brother speaks his mind, Yarvel. His honesty is refreshing. Don't concern yourself, my boy. I've plenty of fight in me yet.
Save your strength, Colonel. There's nothing to be achieved by pretending that your health is better than it is. For you, the war is over.
While for the rest of us, it goes on.
I trust that I'll see an end to it in my lifetime.
Your blind faith is touching, Major. But unless we gain a tactical advantage over the Thals, nothing is going to change. You and your soldiers will still continue to perish.
The war will be won by politicians, not by soldiers.
I disagree. The war will be won by scientists, by ideas, by technological developments.
Nasgard has come home, Calcula. Your husband has come home to his family. Can you not have this discussion at a more suitable time?
Very well, Tashek. If it makes you happy, you and I can have a discussion about trivial domestic arrangements while we do the dishes. You wash, I'll dry.
I should go, Colonel. You and your family will have much to talk about.
You must stay, Major Brogan. It's late. The journey back tonight will be hazardous.
Yarvel is right, Major. Stay. It'll be safer to return in the morning. I'm sure that Nasgard and Calcula won't mind.
Why should we mind? It's an excellent suggestion. I'm sure that Nasgard and the Major will also have much to talk about.
You're very generous. Thank you. If you'll excuse me, I'd better see to the cruiser.
I'll help you.
Tashek and I will do the domestic thing and organize a spare room for our guest.
You made your point, Calcula. Welcome home, Nasgard.
Have you nothing to say to your father, Davros? You're not usually this quiet.
I didn't expect to see you again, Father. I thought you might be killed in battle. Don't all soldiers die in battle?
Not all of them, my boy. Death isn't inevitable for a soldier.
Mother says that the war will be won by scientists. I'm going to be a scientist.
You're going to be a soldier, Davros. Like your father. Like your grandfather. Like his father before him. Let's have no more talk of science. Your mother doesn't understand. You should strive for what you want to do, not what she wants you to do.
Thank you for bringing him home, Major.
I did it for you and Davros. It was your father's wish that I should escort him. To tell you the truth, I would have preferred to send someone else.
He isn't an evil man.
War does terrible things to good people. Drives us to extremes of behavior and emotion. Brings out the worst in us.
And sometimes the best. It's not all bad. Good people can still do good things.
You're very wise for someone so young.
Not that young. I'm 18. Almost 19. Almost a woman. How old are you?
25. Almost 26.
Quite young to be a major.
In my line of work, promotion can be rapid and sudden. It's a miracle that your father is alive. He's lucky. You're lucky to live in such a beautiful place. The air is clean. You can see Falcus and Omega Mysterium up there.
The moons are visible in the city.
Through a chemical haze. Not like this. So bright and clear, you could almost reach up and pluck them from the sky.
Do you think the war will ever end?
Yes, I think it will. I know it will. There are some who'd do anything to make it end.
You've been poisoning his mind against me, Calcula.
Oh, don't be a fool. The only poison is what you've been breathing in for the last 20 years. Poison that's killing you. Anyone with more self-respect would have given into it by now.
I'm not here because I want to be. I was given no choice.
Oh, pathetic. Of course you were given a choice. You could have asked Major Brogan to shoot you through the head. Military protocol.
He refused to do it.
Refused? Oh, what sorts of men are being recruited to the military elite nowadays? I must have words with him. You have rights. It's outrageous that he didn't kill you.
Too much liberal parenting, not enough discipline. That's why Davros will serve his time in the academy and then pursue a military career. I won't have him getting into bad ways.
And I won't have him sacrifice in a futile effort to end the war.
We fight to win, Calcula.
To win what? To achieve what? Without the war, we would be nothing. The Khalid race would be nothing. This family would be nothing. You and I would be nothing. We depend on the war for our continued existence. It gives us meaning, purpose, a reason to live.
We fight to win, not to keep things as they are.
Still awake, Davros?
They were arguing about me, Tashik. I could hear them.
They were discussing plans for your future. They both want only what's best for you. Now lie down and try and get some sleep.
They never argue about Yarvel.
Yarvel's future is more straightforward than yours. She knows what's expected of her.
But I also know what's expected of me. My future is decided. I've decided.
That's the difference between you, Davros. Yarvel is her father's daughter. You are not your father's son. Go to sleep.
I received your message, Councillor Quested.
The situation is grave. All members of the House of Congress are being recalled to the city for a crisis meeting tomorrow.
What has happened?
It's what is likely to happen if we're unable to negotiate with the Thals.
Negotiate, Councillor. Has it really come to that?
Bring your family, Calcula. You must know that they're safe.
My husband is ill.
Nasgard is with you?
And Major Brogan.
I see. Tell the Major to report to me in person as soon as you reach the city tomorrow.
Yes, Councillor, as you wish. Good night.
Good morning, Yavel. You look very handsome in your uniform. Don't you think so, Major?
She does indeed, Colonel. Quite distinguished.
Quite the young woman.
Father.
I want everyone to know that I'm proud of you. My little girl in the military youth. It's a great pity that Davros doesn't share your enthusiasm for soldiering.
Leave the boy alone, Nasgard. He'll come round to it in his own time. You mustn't push him.
I was going to give him these, Yavel. In the circumstances, perhaps you'd appreciate them more than your brother would. Look after them for me.
No, Father, I can't. They're yours. You must keep them. You'll wear them again soon when the war is over. Tell him, Tashek.
Do as he asks, Yarvel. You know how stubborn he is.
Keep them until I return from the city.
Take them now. That's an order.
Thank you. It isn't too late for you and Tashek to come with us.
After his long journey yesterday, your father is too ill to travel again just yet. I'll look after him. We'll be all right here.
It's time to go, Yarvel. Your father's medals look good on you.
We can't leave without Mother and Davros. Don't be so impatient, Major.
What did I say, Tashek? Quite the young woman.
I thought I'd find you here, Davros. Say goodbye to the lake, because we must be on our way. Oh, come along. There's no time to lose.
It's dead.
What's dead?
It fell from the sky.
So throw it away. You shouldn't pick up dead birds. Get rid of it before you catch some sort of disease.
Is that what it was? A disease? It was flying one moment and the next it was dead.
It probably died of old age.
Nothing dies of old age on Skaro. It was a young bird. I think it was contaminated. Poisoned by chemicals in the air.
The air is clean here. You know that.
It must have flown many miles from where the air isn't clean. But it's coming closer. Soon the lake will be poisoned.
All the more reason to stay away from it. We must go now. And please, throw the diseased remains of that flying pest away. Really, Davros. You seem quite determined to disobey me.
Goodbye, Lake.
How was he?
Weakening, Councillor, often in pain, occasionally irrational. Clearly unfit to command. But it gave me no pleasure to write those reports.
You did your duty, Major. This is a difficult time for the Council. The war has reached a critical stage. Senior officers of the military elite must be utterly dependable, their powers of judgment beyond question. His poor wife.
Calcula's a tough woman. She'll cope. I'm more concerned about his children. Yarvel in particular. She's very fond of the Colonel.
What about the boy, Davros?
It's hard to say who Davros is fond of, if indeed he's fond of anyone.
Master Davros, it's good to see you again. Your mother has told me how excited you are to begin these extracurricular tutorials.
He's very excited, aren't you, Davros?
This is my daughter, Magrantine. I doubt that you'd have met her before. She isn't what I'd call bookish. Yarvel is in the academy.
I recognize the uniform.
You don't have to salute him, Yarvel. Magrantine is a civilian.
I know that. I'm not stupid.
Oh, you are. And whatever they're trying to teach you about being a soldier, you're not learning.
Delighted to meet you, Yarvel. May I say what a credit both you and Master Davros are to your parents? One a member of the military youth, the other a child prodigy. You must be immensely proud of them, Calcula.
Stop patronizing me, Magrantine. Now, I'm due to attend an urgent meeting at the House of Congress. Let me have a daily report to show how Davros is getting on. I want to ensure that my money is being well spent. Come along, Yarvel. Your brother will be keen to make a start on his lessons.
Well then, my boy, first things first. I'll give you a guided tour of the education complex, after which we can discuss the syllabus. How does that sound?
I don't care what you do, Magrantine. And I'm not your boy.
Tashik! That noise is still there! Tashik!
I'm here, Nasgard. What noise?
The same noise, listen.
Oh, you've been away for some time. The house is strange to you. Your ears are sensitive to every little sound it makes.
Oh, you think I'm imagining it. You think I'm going mad.
I think you're ill, Nasgard.
There's nothing wrong with me. You're all conspiring to make me believe I'm ill when I'm not. Calcula, Brogan, the military elite. No, you. I thought I could trust my own sister.
You're ill. You've been ill for many years. Since before Davros was born.
There you are, you see? See? Being ill didn't prevent me from siring a healthy child. You can't deny that Davros is healthy.
Davros is perfectly healthy. But you didn't sire him. You couldn't have.
What are you talking about? He's my son.
Davros isn't your biological son, Nasgard. The poisons in your body had already done their work when he was conceived. You were incapable of producing any more children by then. I saw your medical records when I was a nurse. The evidence was conclusive. You were sterile.
No, you're lying. You always hated Calcula.
She's always known that I know. It's why she resents me so much.
Why are you telling me this? Why are you lying to me?
Perhaps I do hate her for never having had the courage to tell you the truth, for putting Davros ahead of Yarvel at every opportunity, for making me feel guilty that I knew her secret.
There it is again, that noise. You must be able to hear it.
There is something.
It isn't my imagination. You wouldn't believe me?
It's coming from this part of the room.
Check the communicator booth. Calcula was in there last night and may have left the unit switched on.
Oh, what a senseless waste of power. You really must speak to your wife about saving valuable energy. She may be able to make a speech in the House of Congress, but she knows nothing about home economics.
If you know so much about what happened 16 years ago, you must have some idea who the father is.
Strange. I've never seen a communicator that looked like this before.
Tashik, that isn't a communicator.
And this, Master Davros, is the center of my world, where the impossible is made possible. My laboratory. The classroom, where you'll be spending much of your study time, is next door, where I can keep an eye on you.
I will not be patronized, Magrantine, any more than my mother. I've no desire to attend these lessons, but while I'm compelled to do so, you won't have to watch me every second of the day. I shall do as I'm instructed.
It's your mother's wish that the syllabus be tailored to your particular interests. Perhaps you would care to tell me what those interests are. I've taught a wide range of subjects to a great many students during my career. The decision is yours.
What's that?
A radiation chamber, by means of which I can analyze the effect of different levels of radioactivity on a variety of materials. Animal, mineral, or vegetable, animate or inanimate, alive or dead. No laboratory should be without one. It's in use at the moment, otherwise I'd let you see inside.
You experiment on living creatures?
You disapprove?
I find it interesting, fascinating. That a living creature would subject itself voluntarily to such dangerous experimentation, knowing that it would die.
I doubt that any of the specimens used in my experiments would agree to participate if there were a choice. In the interests of science, I do not offer one.
Every sentient being has the right to live.
Of course. But a scientist must keep his emotions and his work separate from each other. Most of the great discoveries throughout history were made with some pain and suffering. Nothing matters more than the truth. Fact. Reality. Sacrifices must be made in the search for scientific enlightenment. Are you ready to make sacrifices?
I'm so sorry, Yarvel. They must have been at the center of the blast when it happened. There's nothing left. They wouldn't have suffered.
I can't believe it. My father's dead. Who would want to kill him?
We're at war. Colonel Nazgard was a soldier. Millions of Thals would have wanted to kill him. Not to mention the odd Khalid.
Maybe they weren't in the house. That's why they couldn't be found.
Your father's ID chip registered a termination signal. Tashek's did the same. A scout party was sent to the house straight away. Too late.
The people who did this will pay for their crime, Major Brogan.
And the cycle of violence continues, each opponent seeking to avenge what the other has done, round and round, until there's no one left to fight.
My father is dead. I have to strike back.
There are better ways to strike back, Yarvel. The best of them is not to strike at all.
Be careful, Major. You're beginning to sound like a pacifist.
We prefer to call ourselves peace activists. I prefer to think of myself as a soldier with a conscience.
Destroyed?
Reduced to matchwood. Your father and Tashek horribly murdered. It's a good thing we left when we did, my sweet. Otherwise, the tragedy could have been far worse. You do realize that there's nothing to go back to the lake for now. We must make our home here in the city.
May I return to my studies? I wish to be present when Magrantine opens the radiation chamber.
Of course. Work is by far the best antidote to grief. Try not to dwell upon our loss.
Thank you, Mother.
Calcula, I've just heard the terrible news. You must be devastated.
I'm in pieces, Counselor. Not as many as my late husband, perhaps, but pieces nonetheless.
No Thal missiles have fallen near the lake. We'd have known about them. It's clear to me that the explosive device was meant for you, planted somewhere inside the house.
I shudder to think of the fate my children and I have only narrowly avoided. I've always thought we were too vulnerable there. Davros and I should be better protected.
And Yarvel?
Yes.
How is Davros?
Very upset, as you can imagine. He misses his father almost as much as I do.
Master Davros, you are here early.
I was reading up on some of your old experiments. This plant life is unknown to me.
I'm not really sure that should interest you.
I understood I was to choose the syllabus, that I would choose what does and does not interest me. These mutated plants interest me.
They were deemed dangerous by the councillors a few years ago.
Then they were fools. There is a lot of potential in these.
I thought so too, but I obey my orders, which were to destroy the plants.
But, if I understand your notes, even with the strange code you have written them in, and that has only taken me a couple of hours to break, not very secure, you disobeyed your orders.
I feel I must offer you my most heartfelt condolences on the untimely death of your father.
Very well, forget the plants. Perhaps instead we could continue with the experiment, Magrantine. I'm anxious to know if anything has survived in the radiation chamber.
My word, you are keen. The system is cooled, the door is open. Please, step this way. Master Davros?
That odor.
Odor? Oh, the scorched flesh. They won't bite, you know. Those of them who still have teeth.
What do you mean? What have you done with the specimens?
Prolonged exposure to radioactivity may cause some side effects. Some alteration to the genetic makeup. Some small amount of mutation, both internal and external.
But they survive.
Alas, not always. Not often, in fact. And certainly not for long.
Then it's impossible to know what the ultimate form of such mutation would take. The end result of such an evolution.
Evolution? Yes. I never thought of it in that way. You're right. Mutation. Evolution by another name. Yes. You're right.
Mother is anxious that I should learn. You must teach me.
Would you prefer to wait here while I check inside the chamber? The effects of the radiation are a little, shall we say, unpredictable.
Certainly not. I wish to see the results of this test for myself.
Very good. After you, Master Davros.
Mother,
What are you doing in the apartment? You should be with your platoon.
I've been excused for the day because of the news about Father. The platoon leader was very sympathetic.
Soft in the head, you mean? You put your uniform back on. You are not skulking around in here. You're going outside to face the world. Put it back on this instant. I won't tolerate such behavior.
You don't seem upset that Father's dead.
I refuse to show it.
Oh.
That's all. In my profession, the display of any emotion is interpreted as a sign of weakness. Of course I'm upset. But I'll grieve in my own way. I won't allow those who committed this atrocity to have the satisfaction of knowing how deeply it affects us. You should do the same.
We know who killed them. It was the Thals. They must have found out that the house belonged to a senior officer of the military elite.
It wasn't a missile. And the Thals haven't penetrated that far across the border. No. The truth lies elsewhere. Closer to home.
How close to home?
Very.
Are you trying to suggest that one of us planted a bomb? Father and Tasheg wouldn't have blown themselves up. We were the only people there.
And Major Brogan.
Oh.
Don't forget Major Brogan.
No, Mother, you're wrong. Major Brogan wouldn't do a thing like that.
Oh, you're so trusting, Yavel. You don't know that he wouldn't do a thing like that. For all you know, he could be a dangerous spy.
He's a peace activist. He doesn't want to kill anyone.
A peace activist in the military elite, is he indeed? How terribly bizarre.
Major Brogan is a good man.
A persuasive, manipulative man who can easily cast a spell on impressionable young women.
If he'd really wanted to kill Father, he could have left him for dead in the wilderness. His body would never have been found. No one would have been any the wiser.
He didn't want to just kill your father, Yavel. Don't you understand, you stupid child? He wanted to kill all of us, the whole family, including you.
Counselor,
Major Brogan.
one of our missiles has been launched into a densely populated area of Thal territory.
The Council gave no order for such a launch.
It seems to be a programmed response to the fact that a similar missile is heading in our direction on an almost identical trajectory.
I presume it's not a nuclear missile.
Not this time, Counselor, but it'll still pack a punch when it lands.
We should count our blessings. The latest results from Magrantine's radiation chamber were delivered to me a short while ago. They make for uncomfortable reading.
If I were you, I'd follow the rest of the House of Congress into the shelters.
I'm fine where I am, Major. Have you any idea what the target is likely to be?
The figures indicate somewhere east of the center, in the vicinity of the education complex.
Education complex? Are you sure?
A little too close for comfort, I agree.
Don't just stand there, Major Brogan. Davros is inside the education complex.
Help me, Master Davros. I can't move.
Stay calm, Magrantine.
Get this thing off me.
I'm trying to. It's heavy. Almost there. Give me your hand, quickly, before the rest of the wall collapses.
Thank you.
Are you all right?
I think so. No bones broken. It doesn't look much like a classroom anymore.
There'll be a rescue party. We'd better find them. Let them know we're safe.
I'm not waiting for the next missile to hit us. Let's get as far away from this place as we can. Come on. Master Davros, come on.
Casualties are minimal, Counselor. A few buildings were damaged, nothing that can't be repaired. We may not be so lucky next time.
No doubt about it, Major. We must prepare ourselves. This was little more than a rehearsal, a warning. The attack to come will be on a much larger scale.
Global, I suspect, Councillor.
The Council has given thought to the construction of a protective dome for our city. If a nuclear strike does go ahead, I can only hope there'll be something left that is worth protecting.
Councillor Crested, there you are, such chaos and confusion everywhere. What news of my son?
Nothing as yet, Calcula. All I can tell you is that Davros was seen leaving the education complex shortly after the explosion. They appeared to be unharmed.
They?
He was with Magrantine.
Oh, at least he's in safe hands. I blame you, Major Brogan. You should have made it your priority to evacuate the education complex. Our children are the future of Skaro.
My orders were to evacuate the House of Congress before anything else.
You're a senior officer in the military elite now, Major, since you deposed my husband. You should act like a senior officer and make the orders instead of merely following them.
If you'll excuse me, Councillor, I'd better supervise the rescue operation.
Of course, Major. It was unfair of you, Calcula. His hands are tied.
Was it? Are they? I gather that Magrantine has supplied the Council with information about the likely effects of radioactive fallout?
News travels fast.
It does in the House of Congress, Councillor, as you well know. Now, is there something we should all know, something you're not telling us? You're wise not to place complete trust in that man. There's a great deal more to him than meets the eye.
Magrantine?
Oh, Major Brogan.
Who says I don't trust him?
You're twisting my words. He's a senior officer of the military elite. Of course he's trusted. But it must be difficult for a soldier to balance his loyalty to the Council with such a strongly held personal belief.
You're not making sense, Calcula.
Perhaps I'm speaking out of turn.
Speak.
Well, you must know that he's a peace activist. I'm sure he would have informed you.
No. He hasn't informed me. It's the first I've heard of it.
Well, that's odd. Very odd. I wonder what else he hasn't told you.
Magrantine, we're miles from the education complex. They'll be looking for us.
Just to the top of the hill, and that's it. We've come too far to go back now, Master Davros. Keep climbing. You're nearly there.
Mother will be wondering where we are. I should be studying.
Oh, there are valuable lessons to be learned outside the schoolroom. Think of this as an educational excursion. Look at that. You won't get a better view of the city than from up here.
Impressive. We're at the very edge of civilization. The light is fading. We should go back.
We've only just arrived. Behind you, to the other side of the hill. See what's beyond the edge of civilization. Thousands of miles of emptiness. A line of mountains in the distance.
Our house was at the foot of those mountains, close to Dramakin Lake.
And nothing in between except the desert. The desert where my son was murdered. By your father.
You didn't bring me here to enjoy the view.
Not really. You have to admit that this is a lot nicer than being blindfolded. There's even a slim chance you could escape. You could run away like my son was accused of running away. Before an execution squad shot him.
You can't blame me for what my father did.
Why not? I would have killed your father, but someone else got there first. The bomb was too quick. Painless. He didn't suffer, and I wanted him to suffer so much. I wanted him to lose his family one by one. Starting with you. His innocent little boy.
Which explains the offer of unpaid extracurricular tutorials.
I knew of Calcula's ambitions for your future. She would have no idea of my real interest in you. She may never learn the truth of what became of you. Unless someone should chance upon your shallow grave.
What's more upsetting than being held at gunpoint by my tutor is that I thought he was genuinely interested in my intellectual development.
Oh, he is! This situation is more painful to him than words can express. A waste of such a promising young life. My son always wanted to be a scientist. Unfortunately, he lacked your intelligence and died a humble corporal. A humble and disgraced corporal. His ambitions unfulfilled, as will yours be.
And yours?
My ambitions died with my son, Master Davros. All I have left to me is revenge. I might as well enjoy the feeling while it lasts.
A scientist must keep his emotions and his work separate from each other. That's what you said. Kill me to avenge your son's death. Give in to emotion, and you cease to be a scientist in the truest sense. You'll be no more a man of science than my warrior father was.
My son is dead!
There's much that you can teach me, Magratine. Fact and truth and reality. Things you could have never taught your son. Things he would never have been able to comprehend. But I can. With your guidance.
I can't do it, Master Davros. I can't do it.
Then don't. But I'll take the gun. Just in case you change your mind.
They did the wisest thing and kept a safe distance away from the target area until the emergency was passed.
Oh, such a relief. To lose Nazgard and his sister, and then to lose my son all in one day, now, that would have been careless. But I felt sure that Magrantine would protect Davros from any real harm. His best student is too important to him.
Drink, my dear.
Thank you, no, Counselor. I wish to keep a clear head.
I'm very much afraid that I don't share your confidence. This latest outrage underlines the need for greater security for you and your children, for members of the Council and the House of Congress. These are dangerous times, Calcula. You're in a vulnerable position.
I can look after myself. Have no fear on that score.
Your husband's death will make it harder for you. Money will be limited.
Councillor Quested, I need hardly remind you that until the foul spy in our midst is exposed and dealt with, every single one of us is in a vulnerable position.
It's a miracle that my laboratory is still intact, when most of the building has been destroyed. A miracle that we weren't killed when the missile struck.
I must be leading a charmed life, Magrantine. I've come close to death 3 times today. First there was the villa, then the classroom, and then you.
I'm truly sorry about what happened, Master Davros. I was blinded by grief. I didn't know what I was doing. I would most heartily appreciate it if the incident were never spoken of again. Do you think that's possible? Your mother will have me executed.
As far as I'm concerned, the incident is already forgotten. I shall say nothing to my mother. You're too important, Magrantine. You and your radiation chamber. There's work to be done.
Thank you, Master Davros. You're right. A great deal of work to be done.
Perhaps you could explain the next batch of test results to me. I'd be very interested.
Would you? Would you really? How gratifying. The glint in your eye says to me that these extracurricular tutorials aren't as dull as you'd first imagined. As for the next batch of test results, I haven't yet selected the specimens.
Your volunteers?
My volunteers, indeed.
Several people were killed in the missile attack. Their bodies lie in the mortuary. A number of other people were injured. Some of them will be close to death.
Master Davros, are you suggesting that we use the bodies of the dead as volunteers for the radiation chamber?
Not the dead, the near-dead. Surely your research will be better served by a study of how radioactivity affects the Khalid metabolism. Won't more accurate information provide greater long-term benefits for our people, in the event of a nuclear war?
And Councillor Quested believes that the time for nuclear war is fast approaching. Yes. Yes, it must be done. There's no alternative now. The hospital must supply us with volunteers.
Major Brogan is a peace activist, not a spy.
Now, while his political views are inconvenient, they do not mark him as an enemy of the Khalid people.
A soldier who is unwilling to fight? Who questions the motives of senior officers? Who maneuvers himself into a position of authority to get close to the council? Who attempts to cover his tracks by destroying the man he has usurped?
You have no proof, Calcula.
Nazgod told me that he'd invoked the military protocol of honorable death on the field of battle and that Major Brogan had refused to grant him that last request.
As senior officer at the time, it would have been the Major's privilege.
Granting Nazgod's last request would have meant that there was no reason to visit our home, no opportunity to plant the bomb which, several hours later, killed my husband and, moreover, could have killed a member of the House of Congress.
However, he could have had nothing to do with the missile attack on the city, or a direct attempt on Davros's life.
It may be more than a simple coincidence that the trajectory of the missile brought it down on the education complex, and an unfortunate lapse of memory that he would have known of Davros's presence there and didn't warn you of the fact until it was too late.
On the other hand, it may be no more than a coincidence, no more than a lapse of memory. Oh, this is wild supposition, Calcula, not proof. Such arguments could be used to construct a case against almost any member of the military elite or the House of Congress. Even you.
What do you think, Master Davros?
I recognize some of the internal organs. The heart, lungs. There seems to be a lot of neoplasm. Those tendrils are unfamiliar.
The rib cage has started to melt and change from the intense radiation.
Is it an established fact that our biology mutates so rapidly?
There have been some studies, but with the war, very little practical exploration of such a thesis. This specimen couldn't have survived more than a few minutes inside the chamber.
Are there any more of these from the hospital?
That was the last of the injured who stood little chance of making a full recovery.
Then we shall have to look elsewhere for volunteer specimens if this line of research is to be continued.
Volunteers will be thin on the ground at the moment. What a pity. We were starting to make good progress. Does anatomical surgery bother you in any way?
Not at all, Magrantine. I find it quite...
fascinating?
Exciting. And at least this way, the lame and the sick can also help our people. Nothing is wasted.
Absolutely, Master Davros. You took the words right out of my mouth.
Thank you for coming with me, Quested.
My pleasure.
You don't mind the councillor being here, do you, my sweet?
No, Mother. It is an honour.
Oh, this is such a proud day for me. To watch you taking part in your first execution squad, hand-picked by the council from the academy. My little girl is growing up.
If the council is satisfied that a traitor has been found, then I'm content to do my duty.
Spoken like a true Khalid. It's a source of great regret that your father isn't here to see you now. Don't you agree, Councillor?
Yeah, I do. Particularly as the man you're about to execute is responsible for his death, and would have destroyed your entire family without compunction.
There is a certain poetic justice to it, I think.
Bring out the prisoner! Execution squad, fall into line! Remove the cover from the prisoner's head! Yarvel! I'm innocent!
Major Brogan! What is the meaning of this?
We have our traitor. Fall into line, Yarvel. Do your duty.
He's not a traitor! I don't believe you!
Prepare the blindfold!
Mother, he stands for peace! Major Brogan isn't a traitor!
Don't be a fool. Of course he's a traitor. Motive, method, opportunity, it was all there. He murdered your father, Yarvel. Justice must be served. Get into line and do your duty.
But he stands for peace. He wants an end to the war.
Oh, do you wish to be shot as well, child? There is no such thing as peace. Never has been, never will be. Fall into line this instant.
Neither you nor Councillor Quested holds military rank. You shouldn't even be here. This is a travesty of a court-martial.
Congressional privilege allows the councillor and I to observe any matter of grave national security. The execution of a traitor is just such a matter. Don't forget that you're a soldier. Not just a soldier. A student of the military youth. Do as you are told.
Yes, Mother.
For the purpose of this execution, Yarvel, I am not your mother.
Execution squad, prime your weapons. If wanting peace is a crime, then you can tell the whole world that I'm guilty!
An admission! Oh, how perfect.
Take aim! Fire! Execution squad, lower your weapons.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant. Soldiers of the Academy, for the greater glory of the Khalid people and the safety of our nation, your duty is done.
A proud day indeed, Yarvel.
Mother. Oh, it's you.
Charming. Where is she?
With Quested. A meeting at his apartment. Why are you here?
I wanted to talk to her about the execution, but I can talk to you instead. After all, Major Brogan was your friend.
The wrong man has been executed. You told me that war can do terrible things to good people. I think it also allows bad people to get away with terrible things.
You were following orders, Yarvel. That's what you soldiers are required to do.
I don't know if I want to be a soldier. Not if it means having to kill innocent people. The Major would have wanted only to help them, to have found a peaceful solution to the war.
Would Brogan have wanted to help me?
Of course. You haven't done anything wrong. You haven't fired a gun in an execution squad. I'm quite sure he'd have wanted to help you.
That's good.
You surprise me, Davros. You're the last person I'd expect any words of comfort from. Maybe you're not such an idiot after all.
So, will you ask about him for me?
Him?
His body, for research. You did say the Major would have wanted to help. Otherwise it'll be burnt or thrown away. And that would just be a waste.
Research? You're sick! Get away from me! You monster! You cold, heartless, disgusting monster! I hate you! Get out! You're no brother of mine! Get out!
A toast to the end of the war.
The war isn't over yet. You're being somewhat premature and more than a little optimistic.
If your suspicions about Major Brogan are correct, Calcula, then it'll soon be possible to break the deadlock and have victory in our sights. I'd say that's a cause for celebration.
You'll forgive me for not being in a celebratory mood. Should any of your fellow councillors see us, I wouldn't want them to think that I've got used to the idea of widowhood so enthusiastically.
Don't get used to it. Find another husband. There's no reason why you shouldn't.
I may choose not to. I may decide to be remote and aloof and alone for the rest of my life. Marriage to Nazgard wasn't altogether blissful. We weren't what I would describe as happy. It was enough that he was a good provider.
But a provider no more. You have 2 children, financial responsibilities, and a dwindling purse. The burden will grow heavier with time. Allow me to share what I have with you.
Oh, don't be absurd. I couldn't possibly do that without marrying you, Councillor.
Then marry me. Do what you and I should have done many years ago. You're free. Yarvel needs a father now that her own is dead. Davros has never known his. Perhaps he should be introduced to him.
When I consider that it is appropriate to do so.
It has been 16 years, Calcula. He's a clever boy. He'll understand.
He may not. And he may not like his real father. He may resent him. He may even resent me for keeping the truth from him.
He may already suspect.
Tashik came annoyingly close to telling him on a number of occasions I should have silenced her when Davros was much younger.
And now Major Brogan has done it for you.
Yes. So it would seem.
I wasn't able to secure Major Brogan's body for us, Magrantine. I'm sorry. My sister became loud and abusive.
There's no need to apologize, my boy. It was a dead body anyway. What would be of far greater interest is living tissue. Our last volunteer expired too quickly to be of any real use. The effect of the genetic mutation was therefore less dramatic than it might have been. We should try again with someone else.
Perhaps my sister could be persuaded.
I'll leave that to you. Hand me the smaller specimens on the tray outside, Master Davros. Master Davros.
I told you before, Magrantine. I am not your boy.
Open the door, Master Davros. This isn't amusing. Please open the door.
In a while. I want to see what happens to living, healthy tissue when the radiation chamber is set to maximum power.
Master Davros, will you please open the door? Your mother will hear of this. Do you hear me?
Don't worry, Magrantine. I'll tell her myself. She's with Councillor Quested at his apartment.
Go in. Come back, Master Davros. Come back.
They'll understand when I tell them that you committed suicide over the death of your son. That you couldn't face life without him. That your emotions got the better of you.
Come back, Master Davros, please. Let me out. Let me out. Help! Someone, please help me.
Davros has a right to know who his father is.
He believes that Nazgard was his father, which is how I'd like it to remain.
Nazgard is dead. The truth can't hurt him.
It could hurt Davros. It was a mistake, Counselor. What happened between us was a mistake. The only good thing to come out of it was my son.
Our son?
The lineage of Nazgard is held in high regard by Khalid society. I will not have its reputation tainted by scandal or gossip. The past is the past. My only concern is for the future.
I have respected your wish to say nothing about our close friendship for 16 years. It was always understood that should the situation change, you and I might form a more permanent, more visible partnership.
Understood by whom, Counselor? I've enjoyed our working relationship, but I have never felt that it could be more than that.
We have a child!
Oh.
Do you really want him to grow up thinking that his mother became pregnant by a rising member of the House of Congress simply to further her own ambitions?
Is that what he would think, or is that what you think?
I think we should be honest and open. There's no shame in being in love. We have nothing to hide.
Don't we?
I'm sorry.
I've gone to a great deal of trouble to cover my tracks, with the involuntary assistance of Major Brogan, who so obligingly shouldered the blame for the deaths of my husband and his increasingly indiscreet sister.
Major Brogan was a Thal spy.
Or perhaps he was used as a scapegoat by the real Thal spy.
You?
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Counselor. How many visits have you made to the Thal capital in recent years?
For diplomatic talks. I hope you're not trying to suggest that I'm the spy.
Now, what was that I heard said once? Oh, yes. Even if there isn't a spy, it's always advisable to invent one, just in case.
What have you done, Calcula? Major Brogan was executed on your evidence. Did you condemn an innocent man?
Oh, take your hands off me!
Did you? You stupid, stupid woman!
Get away from me!
How many other people have died because of you?
Leave my mother alone.
Oh, Davros!
I said leave her alone.
It's all right. I won't hurt your mother. I won't hurt either of you. Put down the gun, Davros. Put it down. You won't hurt me. You see, I'm your father.
Don't listen to him, Davros.
You can't be my father.
But I am. You must believe me.
After all, my father's dead. Isn't that right, Mother?
That's right. Your father is dead.
Mother, there's something I'd like to show you.
Davros.
Magrantine?
And And he's still alive.
Oh.
What's left of him. Genetically mutated by the radiation. Fascinating.
Kill me. Please.
Oh, Davros, what have you done? You have no idea how difficult it is to find a good tutor.
He must be stronger than he looks. To have survived in there for that length of time.
It would have been better for us all if he'd perished in that machine.
No, it's better that he lives. So he can help me with further experiments.
No more. Please. No more. I beg of you.
Sirens, Mother.
Oh, another fall bombardment. Oh, they do so pick their moments.
Is this the end?
Of course not, my sweet. This is only the beginning.
You were inferior. You were a child.
A child, yes. But so very much more a man than those surrounding me. A council of 12 passing their judgments in the House of Congress. They never saw what was coming. They never understood the potential because they were too scared. Too scared of my intelligence, my aptitude, my determination. It would be many years later before that weak, spineless individual who believed he ruled the Khaled city, the Supremo, finally enabled me to realize my potential. Only my mother believed in me. The rest of them feared me. And they were right to do so.
Let's all play happy family, shall we?
It's more likely my abilities have finally been noticed. Used to eating each other to survive.
My vision and my ideas, I could do so much more for our people.
This war can't go on forever.
What kind of weapons are they making with all this? The Thals could win the war. What the hell is that?
Is this mission dangerous?
I know I can find a way to destroy the Thals.
Enough to destroy us several times over.
But to destroy an entire race?
You're going to fight?
War has its victims.
It's people like you who'll kill us all in the end.
It is my passion.
You were inferior. You were a child.
A child, yes. But so very much more a man than those surrounding me. A council of 12 passing their judgments in the House of Congress. They never saw what was coming. They never understood the potential because they were too scared. Too scared of my intelligence, my aptitude, my determination. It would be many years later before that weak, spineless individual who believed he ruled the Khaled city, the Supremo, finally enabled me to realize my potential. Only my mother believed in me. The rest of them feared me.
All right, I'm ready.
Cameras on then?
Cameras on.
Lights going down now. Okay, switch to night vision. What can you see?
Nothing.
Nothing. Not the end of the firing range?
No, nothing. Again.
Try the reset switch on the helmet.
trying it? Who put this thing back together?
Don't look at me.
I can't look at anything.
Yes, well, let's forget the helmet. Wasn't supposed to be a part of this test anyway. We'll see what the thermal targeting system can do. Remember, random targets, random distances, different temperatures. And watch the readout for distortion on those verticals.
Just get on with it.
Power on.
Thermal signature detected. Tracking. Target locked.
You were off.
Huh?
2.7 SUs to the right. Try to compensate.
Thermal signature detected. Tracking. No. No, wait, it's getting hot. Ah! Oh, right, that's it. Lights! Lights!
What happened? What's gone wrong this time?
Hold on, I'm bringing it back in to show you what's left of it. Just look at it. Useless, obsolete junk. The all-environments helmet doesn't even work in one environment. As for the weapon, the increased output needed to make the heat-seeking system work has raised the temperature inside to the point where it's targeted itself, slowly melting components and blowing itself apart. A child with the most basic certificate in science could see that. Its designer should be dragged out of the scientific corps and shot.
Davros.
No, Reston, no. Incompetence on this level should not be tolerated, cannot be tolerated. How are we expected to win this war using
We
this?
have to work with what we're given. Resources are stretched as it is. Dreaming of what you think you could do doesn't help.
They wouldn't be dreams if I was in the scientific corps instead of buried underground in weapons testing.
Yes, but you're not. And
No,
so...
instead I've produced 4 improved designs for these weapons, but without the blessing of our superiors, no one in the corps even gets to see them. I am wasted here.
Of course you are. But this is our assignment, and we just have to make the best of it.
How can you have so little imagination? You can't even see the end of your nose, let alone beyond it.
I'm so glad you're my friend.
Blinkered and narrow. I mean, with my vision and my ideas, I could do so much more for our people. I'm sorry, Reston.
Apology accepted. Thank you. I suppose we should think about sending some of this mess back to the workshops.
I'd better do it properly with the paperwork than only moan otherwise.
How should we label the helmet then? Repair impairment to night vision?
Just put waste product.
Yeah, that'll do.
Tech Officer Davros is ordered to attend the office of the Supremo immediately.
The Supremo wants to see you. Are you in trouble, Davros? Don't say they've installed surveillance in here.
Not to my knowledge. It's more likely my abilities have finally been noticed. There's hope for the military mind yet.
Let's hope so. Good luck. Someday your ego is going to be your undoing, my friend.
Davros.
May I say what an honour it is, Supremo, to be summoned?
Quite sit.
Thank you.
How long have you been in the military elite?
I joined the academy during my last year at college.
I see. After a Thal bombardment destroyed the education laboratories, if I recall. I knew Magrantine well. His death and the loss of his work
Indeed.
was...
After that, my opportunities to study science were
Your
curtailed.
mother
anyway,
said
I was
that...
transferred to the military youth.
Your
Then,
sister,
after
I
I passed
understand,
my
was...
final exams, it was understood that I would proceed into the officer corps. I am now approaching my 30th birthday.
I see. I've been reviewing your pre-service records. Your grades were, in general, superlative. Especially mathematics and the sciences. I note 1 or 2 tutors make comment about your attitude towards authority figures.
They are fools. I know more than them. Most of the corps do.
They are still your superiors.
It was not my choice to be here rather than the science corps. It was, shall we say, a case of parental misguidance. My father's family has a long tradition of military service, and I had little option but to follow in that tradition.
Your father was Nazgard, yes? A powerful man with powerful friends.
And he wasn't afraid to use that power.
Oh, quite. You still maintain an interest in science and mathematics?
It is my passion. My aim has always been to join the scientific corps, but my way has been persistently blocked. I know my abilities would be invaluable to the war effort.
We cannot always do what we want in wartime, Davros. Sometimes we do what we must.
If you could help me, sir, I presented several papers on weapons improvement and designs to Military Central Office in the hope that they would be seen by someone with influence.
I have them here. Your suggested modifications to the H-55 rocket are impressive, to say the least. And your speculations on the use of genetics, I am told by those who know about these things, display remarkable potential. We've been keeping track of your ideas for some time now.
My potential is never tested. And I have so much to give. I know I can find a way to destroy the Thals and bring an end to the pain and suffering our people have endured.
Good. That's very encouraging. I have an opportunity that may interest you. It'll allow you to employ your scientific skills to provide a service to the Khaled people which could finally tip the balance of the war. A new offensive. But there is a small job which has to be completed before that.
Which is?
Our intelligence sources have learned that the Thals have been developing a new weapon which they hope will wipe us all from the face of Skaro. We're not sure how long we've got, but we suspect our time is severely limited. Your services would be required in respect of that weapon.
I see.
At the moment, that's all I can say until you agree to your involvement. Should you succeed in your task, your option for promotion would be considerably enhanced. You might even, with my personal recommendation, find yourself on a placement list for the scientific corps. Though it would only be a first step appointment, probably something in the recycling section.
To secure victory over the Thals and join the corps. Supremo, sir, I have no hesitation in accepting...
I don't want you to make a decision now. I've arranged a day pass for you to return home. Relax, take time to make your decision.
But I don't need time.
I'm not offering you an option, tech officer. Go home. Be with your family and make a decision when you've had time to think clearly about it.
Yes, sir.
No part of this conversation is to be discussed with anyone. Clear?
Sir.
Dismissed.
Davros, Mother didn't say you were coming home. You ill?
I'm perfectly well. I was unexpectedly granted a day pass. Where is she?
Out buying yet more expensive art to impress her latest friends.
Does she think she's playing at? When is she going to wake up to the fact that we can no longer afford to support her lifestyle?
Ah, you know that, I know that. She can't adjust. It isn't in her nature. What money there is still hers to spend, and she needs to feel important. She's not the woman she once was, even with her counsellor duties. Anyway, when did you start caring about money?
I don't. I simply object to wasting it.
If it makes her happy, is it wasted?
Oh, what a fatuous question. Buying yet another painting cannot possibly make her any happier. It simply subsumes her misery in the thrill of acquisition.
She needn't be struggling to keep up appearances. There's plenty of money in trust, but the key to that lies with you, doesn't it?
Less than 2 minutes and already you've started on the trust fund.
You may not worry about money, but I do.
I understood that your time was now wholly spent courting the attentions of those misguided fools in the peace movement.
You're not going to wind me up, little brother. Not today. I won't let you.
I have no intention of winding up anyone.
We all know that sooner or later we're going to have to negotiate with the Thals. This war can't go on forever. Eventually there will be so few of us left that both sides will be forced to accept the inevitability of compromise. It's that or our mutual destruction. Remember the genocide against the Tharans and the Dals, and how many others? Even the Council accept that as historic fact.
I bet you still have that old book on Dahl history.
The history of the extinct races on this planet is irrelevant.
Once you thought that history was the most important thing ever.
Ensuring that the Thals have been totally eliminated, that is the most important thing.
A planet once teeming with people reduced to the remains of 2 squabbling nations.
War has its victims.
You frighten me. You're brilliant. No one can deny that, but I can see your arrogance bringing disaster. You're a dangerous psychopath, Davros.
No. I am quite plainly a realist. My arrogance, as you call it, will not be the instrument of disaster, but of success. The Thals are an inferior half-breed, mongrels who have mixed with so many other groups that there is almost nothing left of their blood. The Khaled people have kept themselves pure. That purity will be our strength and our victory.
The purity of the Khaleds is a myth perpetuated by our leaders for their own political ends.
Defeatist peace movement propaganda. You're so naive. We could never live in peace with the Thals.
But we did, Davros. In the past.
What are you talking about?
There are ancient ruins to the north, discovered some years ago. I've seen the archaeologists' papers. What they found was astonishing. Houses with the remains of wall paintings showing a peaceful society, an integrated and diverse population, all the races living together. Ugh, it's all been suppressed by the council, of course. One painting shows a couple, a Khaled and a Thal, embracing.
Lies. Fakes. Invented by sick fantasists in need of therapy. What exactly are you and your friends in the peace movement doing, Yavel?
Just fighting the war, Davros.
Davros! What a wonderful surprise! I had no idea you were coming. Why didn't you let me know? I could have prepared.
It wasn't planned, Mother.
Oh, never mind, you're here. That's all that matters. Aren't you going to give your mother a kiss?
Of course.
I've been out shopping. You must see my latest work. I had it specially commissioned. Your visit is perfectly timed. Come on, both of you. I'm going to put it in the dining room. I'll give it pride of place next to the window. It'll help to cheer the place up. There. Isn't it magnificent?
It's a portrait of him.
The likeness is near perfection, don't you think? And so handsome. Davros?
I wasn't expecting this.
Do you think we could have the window open? I'm feeling a little nauseous.
Oh, now, we can't stand around here all day admiring my son. We must eat. Yavel can prepare a meal. Oh, you are staying, aren't you, Davros? We could relax in the pool first. All 3 of us, just like we used to. Wouldn't that be lovely? Now, you must tell me everything that's been happening to you. I must know everything that's been happening to you. I have to keep everyone up to date with your progress, you know. Oh, and yours too, Yavel, of course. Come along. Take the opportunity to spend some time with your brother.
Coming! Let's all play happy families, shall we?
Oh, it's been a while since I saw you both swim together. Been a while since I saw you both together. Oh, it's a wonderful evening, so very peaceful. Too peaceful. We're not going to win the war like this.
People are calling it the unsigned truce.
Would that be peace movement people by any chance?
Don't start.
There'll be a reason for this lack of engagement. They're planning something.
Why do they always have to be planning something?
Don't be so stupid. Davros is right to look for the shadows behind the statues. The Thals won't be standing around waiting for us to make the next move. I am sick of hearing people say we should enjoy it while it lasts.
Well, I hope it lasts a long time.
It can't last. The Thals are degenerates, not fools. They'll have been using this time to regroup, to develop new weapons.
We should have been working harder to predict and counter such a threat. But But our leaders have been content simply to wait and react, more concerned with their own comforts and privileges than with the future of our people.
I agree. They should also be putting more thought and energy into improving our defences to protect our homes. This city is so vulnerable. We've been lucky in recent years.
What's lucky is that we're still able to live here.
What are you trying to say? This is no more than a family of our standing deserves. It's what we're entitled to.
But not what we can afford.
People still owe me a few favours I'm able to manage. A councillor's salary is adequate.
Just. But for how long? Davros, can't you see? We need to release the money from the trust fund soon. Otherwise we could lose everything this family has built up.
I didn't ask Father to put ridiculous conditions in his will.
Oh, you're so selfish and stubborn. You just don't care what Mother's going through, do you? Don't you realise what an embarrassment you are to her?
Well, that's a terrible thing to say.
It's the truth.
Am I an embarrassment to you?
No, never. You could never be that. But it is sometimes hard for me. Mine or Nazgard's name would be enough to open any door, but now... But some friends are still loyal, and I've begun to make new acquaintances of importance. Only the other day, Vendra, Councillor Matros's wife, said to me, "Calcula, when is that nice son of yours coming to see my daughter? She keeps asking after him." I'm afraid I'm running out of excuses. When Vendra herself is an excellent composer, she has new works commissioned by the council monthly now. I would be lying if I said I didn't need the money, Davros.
I'm sorry, but I'm neither interested in nor willing to marry. And until I do, the money remains what it is as per the terms of the will.
Refusing to obey the wishes of your mother, as per usual.
Enlighten me, Yarvel. Why would I want to aid you in providing further finance for your pathetic, peace-hungry friends?
You're saying it would be wrong to use my portion of the money to help end the war and make things better for us all?
Please. We know you better than they do. You may pretend your motives are a love of peace, but this is as much about your own political ambitions.
I'm trying to make a difference.
By appeasing the enemy? Negotiating away our future, our security?
And your warmongering is better, is it? Your thirst for victory at whatever cost. Haven't we all suffered enough? Wasted years and lives, the planet ravaged. Why not end it all now? Why not make peace? Allow everyone to live?
The Thals will never agree to it. They're waiting their chance for one final effort to destroy us.
The Thals aren't plotting. They're willing to talk, willing to listen. Why aren't we?
And how would you know that?
How would you know they're not?
Because I'm going on a mission to destroy their newest weapon.
You're going to fight?
I shouldn't have said anything. I can't discuss it.
You volunteered, haven't you? You idiot.
Is this mission dangerous?
I'm under orders. That's all I know anyway.
I have contacts. I can find out.
Why you, Davros? Why would they want you?
The Supremo appreciates my skills. This assignment is my route into the scientific core.
You're obsessed with the core. Science has brought our society to the brink of collapse. Our father was right when he said it was people that win wars. Through their self-belief, their bravery and their determination, not science and machines.
Why do you have such contempt for science?
Because you, Davros, and the Corps have only ever been interested in its ability to destroy.
My entry into the scientific core will benefit all of us. My work will be dedicated to bringing this war to an end, to ensure that the Khalids will live to see complete and permanent victory.
People like you who'll kill us all in the end. Just being near you disgusts me. I won't be staying for the meal, Mother.
Yarvel. Yarvel!
Let her go. She never could finish an argument!
Right, now. Listen to me, Davros. I've always known that you're destined for greatness. I don't want you to sacrifice that future by taking such a risk.
I think you can rely on my survival instincts, Mother. The Supremo isn't going to put me in any real danger. He understands my value.
But I couldn't bear to lose you. You're everything to me. Everything I've ever done was for you. You know that, don't you? You trust me? Oh, I'm so proud of you. You are the one constant in my life.
Age is softening you, Mother.
Don't mistake grey hair and affectionate words for weakness in me, or in anyone. I still have my grit and cunning and hatred for the enemy.
You need to be careful, Mother. It would give the Thals a great morale boost if they killed you. You're a rising and very public politician.
In my business, it isn't the enemy I worry about. If I die, it'll more than likely be at the hands of some idiot Khalid councillor who sees stabbing me in the back as a means towards personal success and wealth.
Oh, it's always about money.
Well, a great deal of wealth has been created by this war. We can tap into that, you and I, together.
The perfect team.
Yes. And with money comes influence and power. And with power, almost anything is possible. That's what I'm working towards.
To fulfill your political ambitions. Just like Yavel.
No. To guarantee your rightful place in Khalid history.
If the worst happened, you and Yavel would get the money you crave so much anyway.
I wouldn't want to inherit because you're dead.
It's the only way you ever will.
And the Supremo agreed to my coming?
Yes. He accepted my recommendation without hesitation. You're clearly the ideal choice. Your expertise in weapons development, previous combat experience...
You don't need to justify it to me again. I'm here, aren't I? Although I'm still not convinced about this.
I also wanted someone with me I could trust.
Well, that's nice to know.
Technical officers Davros and Reston attending the Supremo.
Wait. Where are we anyway? I've never been in this area before.
This is the area we were told to report to.
Yes, thank you. I know that. I meant which division?
Covert operations. We're probably the first Tech Division personnel to grace its corridors.
Come in. Welcome. Good to see you both. Firstly, introductions. This is your mission commander, Brent.
Tech Ops.
By attending this briefing, you are undertaking to carry out this mission and also never to divulge its nature or outcome to anyone outside this room.
Most of the details you need are in this briefing document.
The document must not be removed from this room. The full briefing is inside. Read it when we've finished. Now, Brent.
Supremo. The overview is this. 3 months ago, on a routine reconnaissance of the Thal positions beyond the mountains, my team discovered a new weapons development facility. It's vast, heavily guarded, and clearly of great importance. We consider it a palpable threat to the Khalid people. Our job is to penetrate the facility, learn its secrets, steal any useful materials, if possible, and then destroy it. I've assembled a team of 6 specially trained commandos armed with the best weapons at our disposal. Davros, as science officer on this mission, you will rank second to me. You and Reston will learn all you can about the new Thal weapon, while we lay charges and contain any enemy offensive action. Mission departure will be at midnight, under cover of a diversionary attack to ensure we are not tracked by patrols.
I cannot emphasize enough the importance of this mission. The facility must be destroyed at all costs. To that end, you are all disposable. Questions?
Which is the way out?
I wasn't aware that this was a suicide mission.
I don't consider it to be. None of you are going there to die. Destroy the target and bring back the information. That is the purpose of this operation.
Why aren't you using a member of the scientific corps for this? Someone more qualified?
Unfortunately, none were available.
Or as expendable. And should we refuse to take part in this?
Wasn't I clear enough for you? You've already agreed. The only way out of this room alive is towards the Thal lines. After that, you'll have to rely on your instincts to keep you that way. I'll leave you to familiarize yourself with the briefing.
Thanks, Davros. Thanks very much.
Load!
Fire!
Right. Give it a bit longer and then we move out.
And so the war begins again.
Why have we stopped to rest here?
We're still on the edge of the minefield if these maps are accurate.
The maps are useless, Brint. I think we're beyond the mines now.
You think?
Well, no one's been blown up since Morveg, and that was a few hours ago, so I think it's reasonably likely.
Oh, that's very reassuring. It seems wrong just leaving him like that, dumped in a shell hole.
Are you volunteering to carry his body?
Well, put like that.
I'm going to check on the others. You two stay put.
We're hours behind schedule. Why is Brint dithering so much?
He is somewhat lacking in authority, don't you think? This is fast turning into a catalogue of stupid and avoidable errors.
I hope we don't live to regret this.
I very much intend that we will.
Good. One day, I'd really like to meet a nice girl, get married, start a family.
Oh, remind me to introduce you to mine. They'd like you.
Hold your fire. Can you see them? Fan out, make smaller target. No, wait. Stay together. We can concentrate fire. Who got shot?
Freen, Commander. She's dead.
What is the imbecile doing? We can't afford to lose any more people. Come on, Reston. Brent! Brent, we're a sitting target here.
Show some respect for my rank in front of the troops.
Mission Commander Brent, you won't have a mission left to command if we don't start moving again. We need to make the lower heights of the mountains in the next few hours.
I don't understand. Why are there so many Thal soldiers around here? The maps show this as safe territory.
The maps are a waste of time. Haven't you realized that yet? You must be able to remember the route you took last time.
Yes, but the maps show the latest changes.
Forget the maps, Commander. We need to leave. Now.
Yes. Yes. If we go now, we can cross the mountains over the Kyra Ridge, take the pass below Prendlin's Peak and be on the other side just after nightfall.
Well, shall we do that then? I'll take that as an agreement.
Well, that took too long. It's nightfall and we still have to find a way over the ridge.
You told us earlier that there wasn't one. At least not one that won't add a week onto our mission, and we don't have another week.
Where the hell have all these Thal patrols come from? Have we been spotted?
If they'd spotted us, they would have killed us before now. But it is odd. It's like they were waiting for us.
I don't see how. Apart from the Supremo, no one else has a clue we're out here.
Thal patrol coming this way, sir.
How many, Reston?
8.
Perfect.
We need to get out of here. Davros, what are you doing?
Improving our odds. Vander, Gallus, circle to the right of those rocks and stay there. Nerin and Reston on the other side. Timon, Commander Brint and I will go through that gully and attack them from the rear once you've drawn them into the narrow section.
You are exceeding.
We don't have time to debate it. We're going to take their uniforms, ideally from their dead bodies. Quiet. They'll be here in a moment. Now move. Faced with the decision to either retreat and try and find another route, or to press forward and attack, Brint displayed fear and panic and proved incapable of giving an order. It was left to myself to devise a plan of attack. This was carried out successfully. Thal uniforms were retrieved to help gain entry to the mission objective. We have now attained the top of the mountain range. Brint has ordered yet another rest period.
Davros, what are you doing?
Keeping a personal record of this farce for use in a future inquiry.
That recorder's for when we get to see the Thal weapons.
Don't worry, there's plenty of room left.
I don't think Brint is very happy with you.
I don't think Brint is happy with anything, unless it's in his book of regulations. He has the imagination of a stone. If he's the best the military has got, then it's no wonder the war was grinding to a stalemate.
He's still our commanding officer.
Reston, he's going to command us all to our deaths if we let him. If we'd followed his orders, we would have all been cut down one by one.
At least we aren't likely to be hit by any Thal snipers up here. Do you know this is the first time I've ever seen the stars? Impossible to see them on the ground for all that filth in the sky. And I never thought Falcus would look so bright. Or the other moon,
Omega Mysterium.
It's huge. And seeing the tops of the city towers poking out of the chemical clouds. Both cities, in fact. It's amazing. Don't you think?
We're not here to admire the view.
Maybe I could build a place up here when the war's over.
Go to sleep and dream, Reston. The war will still be there to fight in the morning.
Waiting out the day and going with the night assault was the right decision then, Commander.
What can you see down there?
Things not in the mission briefing. Davros should see this.
Davros, over here. Reston wants you to take a look.
Here. Magnify to 14 and tell me what you see down there.
Fascinating. They would appear to be constructing ramps. Yes, long ramps, angled at about 60 degrees. There must be at least 50.
Look to your right.
And another 50.
Then they've been busy since I was last here.
Those buildings behind the ramps. What do we know about their layout?
Very little. I got to look around the perimeter, but only the once. No time to take images. All I know for sure is that's the main production unit, and the research section is on the other side.
Then getting inside isn't going to be easy.
Which is why we're not going to. Our prime objective is to destroy the facility at all costs. We split into two groups. One can launch a diversionary assault, while the other lays as many explosives around it as possible. We withdraw and blow the place to pieces.
If I might make a suggestion, Commander.
That is my decision, Reston.
Reston and I will go in with one of the others for protection. You can take us to the perimeter.
Oh, heroics is it now, Davros?
It's not heroic, it is necessary. What's happening down there is unlike anything we've ever seen before. If my suspicions are confirmed, it will indeed alter the course of the war. We need to know what they're doing.
I am Mission Commander.
1 hour from the time we reach the perimeter of the building, that's all I ask. To achieve both objectives of the mission brief has to be worth that small risk. Give me that time to learn as much as I can. Then you can set your explosives and blow the place to pieces.
All right. But if I think there's any risk of the mission being compromised before that hour is up, I will go ahead, regardless of your position.
I can't believe how easy it's been to get in here. Once you get past the defenses, the place is almost deserted.
Look below us. It's obvious enough why.
It's incredible.
A totally automated production line. Not a slave worker in sight. The whole factory's one vast robotic machine.
What about the computers needed to run it, though? Surely the Thals don't have that degree of sophistication.
A remarkable technological achievement, certainly.
What kind of weapons are they making with all this?
Presumably ones they believe will deliver them victory. I have a theory. We must get down onto the main floor. I need to see more of this.
They appear to be building rockets of some kind. But I've also seen what looks like wing assemblies. What do you think, Davros? Some kind of sustained flight machine?
I think you may be right. Look through there. Seems my theory was correct.
Unbelievable.
Flying bombs. But not just parabolic rockets. These These are designed to maintain themselves in level flight over long periods.
Enough to destroy us several times over. Come and have a look at this one. Looks like it's been opened up for maintenance or something. I'd better get some images. We don't have much time left.
Yes, you're right. This is incredible. Mission Entry 9. We have discovered a huge hangar full of the Thal's latest weapons. A new and groundbreaking design of aerial missile. Description, rocket-shaped, but with angled wings fitted to the sides. Length approximately 30 SUs, diameter 1.6, wingspan 18. It's powered by a design of jet propulsion system I'm unfamiliar with. It would also appear that the missile is capable of complex aerial maneuvers in order to evade attack from ground or air. It would seem logical to assume that the ramps we've observed outside are designed for launching these missiles. But the marvel of this weapon is the computerized guidance system that I'm currently examining. It effectively acts as an artificial pilot, an intelligent, thinking mechanical brain able to make logical judgments to enable it to achieve its programmed objective. It's nothing short of inspired genius. With this, in such numbers, the Thals could win the war.
Davros, you need to see what I found. An office, back there, with files on the workings of the factory, and finance records. Practically half the Thal economy has been poured into it, like it's one last throw of the dice. Destroying this place could weaken them so badly, they might take decades to recover.
Someone's coming.
Too late.
You two, stay where you are. Stand still, and you'll not be harmed. Now, place your weapons on the floor. And the recorder. Good.
Destroying that was to be expected, I suppose. I had hoped you wouldn't.
Well, well. We have Davros. And in Thal uniform too, even better.
How do you know who I am?
Unimportant. You're both under arrest. You will be taken away, interrogated, tried, and shot as spies.
Colored justice from a Thal. We live and learn.
You will remain silent unless I...
Ah! Davros, Weston, get down!
The hour isn't up, Brint.
I decided I didn't want to wait any longer.
Oh, for once an imaginative decision. I'm impressed.
Brint, help us find the research area and retrieve what information we can on these missiles.
No time. I've left Timon and Vander outside keeping the Thals occupied so we can lay charges. We're blowing this facility up now as ordered. Gallus, start setting the charges.
But we need to know more.
I said no! We plant the explosives and then, if we have to, we fight our way out. Is that clear?
As you wish, Commander.
Surely the bomb should have gone off by now. It's been long enough. They couldn't have found them all, could they?
There's one they won't find. I put it inside the open rocket and replaced the cover.
That one had a warhead on it.
I know.
Yes, we did it, Davros. We did it.
Such a waste.
Mission accomplished, Science Officer. My way was right.
Then it's time for you to lead us out of here, Mission Commander.
What?
We still need to lose our pursuers. They are not simply going to let us walk away from this.
Which way do we go? I wouldn't trust these maps if they came with a cartographer's personal guarantee.
I've been thinking about that. The Thals will expect us to go back over the mountains somewhere. Instead, I suggest we go round the northern end of the ridge and make our way through the wastelands back to our lines.
Most of that's uncharted territory. No one in their right mind would go in there.
Exactly. The Thals will never follow us in.
It's not safe. You must have heard the stories of bands of deserters and the wounded, reduced to eating each other to survive.
We are Khaleds. We're more than a match for weak, tattered, crippled relics of the war.
Great. So instead of being shot by Thals, we get eaten by cannibals.
Unless we can lose our pursuers, they will eventually, inevitably exhaust us. It's our only option.
But Davros,
Do either of you have another idea? Then let's move out.
Commander! Reston! Davros, where have you been?
Why did you let us all get separated? We should have stayed together.
We lost you in the fog.
You mean you didn't want to waste time looking for us? It's pure luck we found you again.
We can't keep stopping and searching for stragglers with half the Thal army breathing down our necks.
There hasn't been any Thal pursuit since we entered the wasteland yesterday.
They all turned round and went home. Can't say I blame them either. Where's Vander?
I don't know. We lost him too.
Oh, your dedication to your troops is touching.
What's that?
What?
That sound.
What the hell is that?
Does it matter? We should hurry.
What the... Is it dead?
I've no idea how you tell. But it stopped moving.
Look at it. That's a hand.
Vander's hand. That's his ID tag. This used to be Vander. Incredible. The infection must have acted with astonishing speed. He's almost completely transformed. Roots and spines. It's a plant. And this must be how it infects its victims. Defense and propagation. Fascinating. Reston, in my backpack, there's a specimen container. I want some samples.
We haven't time to satisfy your perverse curiosity. There's more of the things out there.
Our duty is to acquire as much data as we can in order to ensure victory. This could be as important as what we've learned of the weapons factory. The container, please.
Here.
How can you be so calm? We shouldn't have come into the wastelands. I shouldn't have listened to you. Stop what you're doing. We are going back.
Shut up!
This is my mission. I am in command. This isn't what I was sent here to do.
And what were you sent here to do?
Whatever it was, you've made a spectacular mess of it.
Your command has resulted in near catastrophe and the deaths of almost everyone involved. Snipers where we didn't expect them. Thals who knew we were coming.
And Davros was recognized by the Thals at the factory.
It would not be unreasonable to suspect that this entire mission was deliberately compromised. By whom, Brint? And why? Why? Tell me!
Take your hands off me!
What were your real orders? Was I to be killed?
Don't be a fool. Do you think you'd still be here now? I could have killed you at any time if I wanted. I've tried to keep us alive to complete the mission. I've made mistakes. This is my first field command. You don't think I'd go out of my way to suffer this, do you? I just want it to end.
Really?
You want command of this mission? Well, it's yours.
Commander!
Let him go. He's not fit to be an officer. Or a Khaled. Timon! Gallus! We're moving on. Well, at least the fog is thinner up here.
I think I prefer the thick fog. At least to hit the plants. They're everywhere. Hey, what are all those down on the valley floor?
Buildings. Or the ruins of them. Ah, Yarvel City. I owe her an apology.
What do you mean?
A lesson in history from my sister. Down there, all that's left of an ancient, decadent civilization that deserved its destruction. Nonetheless, the better surviving buildings might at least provide some shelter. I don't know how those plants sense us, but since they don't seem to have eyes, we'll be at a distinct disadvantage once night falls. Come on.
No plants. But this still doesn't feel good. I think we should leave. There's something down the street.
Everyone stop. Be quiet. Reston, take Timon and check the right-hand street. Gallus will check the left.
What was that? Timon, did you hear that? There's something moving. No, over there, behind that wall. Davros!
What? Reston, what can you see?
I think we may have a problem. We need support! Scavengers! They're everywhere!
Fire warning shots! Show them we're better armed!
They're going to attack. What do we do?
Withdraw to that wall! Take defensive positions! Hold them with a line of fire! Right! Ready! Fire! Fire! They try to overwhelm us! Keep firing!
Are they all dead?
I hope so. The power pack in my gun's exhausted.
They killed Gallus and Timon.
Spears will do that. What are you doing?
One of them's still alive.
Let me see. Turn him over.
I'm not touching him.
Use your boot. I want to see his face. Magrantine.
Who?
My old tutor. Half a life back.
Master Davros. Is that really you? My boy. All grown up. If I had the energy and the equipment, I'd shred every cell in your body.
Oh, a good teacher-pupil relationship, then.
Get him inside this building! If you have something to say before you die, make it brief. It's been a long night.
You seemed remarkably unsurprised to see me, Davros.
Out here I've come to expect the unexpected. And the plants that killed or transmuted Vander reminded me of something I read once. You may remember that day.
What are you doing out here?
Furthering my career.
Is this a scientific expedition?
Military.
I never saw you as a guns and jackboots man. You're in command?
I am now. Our commander lost his nerve and fled when we were attacked by your plants. Tell me about them.
Why should I tell you anything? The boy who tried to kill me. The man who still tried to kill me.
Indulge me. One final lesson?
Very well. Master Davros. Here's your last tutorial. Vaga. An old dull word. I deciphered it from one of the wall paintings. It means devour. They consume animal flesh to survive and reproduce. The spines are filled with seeds. The change is startlingly quick. But this isn't how they used to be. They've evolved very rapidly. All the chemical and radioactive pollutants from the war have caused genetic changes. The original Vargas were poisonous, but rooted in the ground. Now they hunt their prey instead of waiting for it to come to them. It's fascinating.
I remember your notes. Imagine their potential as weapons. If we could increase their mobility through genetic development, I believe genetics may turn out to be the key to our victory. Through genetic manipulation, even a mollusk could be transformed into a weapon.
Don't you want to know how I managed to survive all this time?
Why would I care?
I've indulged your curiosity. Now you can listen to what I have to say.
Very well.
After your little experiment, your mother's hired brutes dumped me outside the city with all the other waste. Only I wasn't dead. Very nearly, but not quite. I should have been. No one had ever lived longer than a few weeks after being in the radiation chamber. But I fought the pain as my body mutated. I was eventually found by some of the other abandoned wretches who looked after, fed, and nursed me best as they could. Others have joined us since. Deserters, wounded, those mentally scarred by combat experience. All those the Khaleds and Thals have banished from their hermetically sealed cities.
You still haven't explained why you're still alive.
What? Oh, you kept me alive. Revenge is a powerful motivator. If I had any strength left, I'd kill you with my bare hands. My dreams of finding you and making you suffer were what kept me alive. Now we're finally face to face. I don't have the strength to spit at you.
Fascinating. Your hatred of me is what has kept you alive. Pathetic, but fascinating. I think your time is up.
I only hope that one day you find out what it's like to live like this. And I hope it brings you as much pain as it has me.
Reston, wake up. Time to move on.
Sorry. I didn't mean to drop off. Have I missed anything?
Nothing of consequence. Vargas.
Dozens of them. What do we do?
Watch. They're feeding on the bodies of the scavengers, absorbing them through their roots. Incredible adaptation. I think they have enough to keep them occupied. As long as we don't disturb them, we should be all right.
Davros! Help me, Davros! Please!
Commander Brent!
Don't leave me like this.
Can't we help him?
No. Why? Come on.
Stop a while. How much further do you think?
It can't be far. We should be at the outer Khalid lines, just beyond that rise. But we must keep moving. This area is dangerous. Thals, scavengers, maybe even Vargas.
Where do you get your stamina from? Aren't you exhausted?
My stamina is born out of the need not to fail. I intend greater things for my life than expiring in a muddy hole in the wastelands. Get up! We must get back. Our people need to know what the Thals were planning. We have to take advantage of what has happened and counterattack soon.
I need to rest.
How many days since we last ate, huh? Or drank? I need to rest.
We don't have time to rest. We have a mission to complete, and we are going to complete it. I trusted you not to let me down, Reston. Don't!
Davros, please. I'm exhausted.
We can't stop now. We're nearly there. Don't fail me. We must go.
All right, then. Let's go.
Wait! Reston! Before you get to the top of the rise!
You were right. I can see our lines. The city. We're home.
You fool! The automatic defenses are designed to recognize Thal uniforms.
My legs. I can't feel them. I can't walk. Oh, it hurts. Don't leave me like this. Don't leave me for the scavengers.
You're losing a lot of blood. I'll try and stop it and carry you back.
No. It would slow us down too much. We'd be a sitting target for the snipers.
You've left it a little too late to be a hero.
I'm not. I couldn't live like this. I couldn't bear it. Just kill me. Please. Take my pistol. Shoot me. I'd do the same for you.
I don't understand. You want to die? Why? I would want to live. I must live. Whatever happens. It is our duty as Khaleds to survive. Like Magrantine did. We cannot roll over and die every time things look hopeless. We must be stronger. People like you drag us backwards into defeat.
Davros, please. It's military protocol. The right to honorable death in the field of battle. You can't refuse.
That's what my father asked for. But you I respected, Reston. But no, you're as weak as all the others. You prefer the route of the coward. I don't need people like you. Goodbye, Reston.
Davros. Davros.
Mother?
Oh, Davros. It's all right. You're safe. The doctor said you were exhausted and dehydrated when you were picked up and that you needed to rest. You survived. I am so proud of you.
I was dreaming. Dramakin Lake. Oh, my things. My backpack.
Everything's safe. I've got them. I made sure no one here got hold of anything you had with you.
Oh, good.
No one would tell me where you'd gone or what you were doing. I tried to find out, but my contacts couldn't help or wouldn't. Oh, if I'd have known how dangerous this was, I would have done everything I could to have stopped you going.
Would you? Well, someone did. The Thals knew we were coming. Or rather, they knew I was coming.
What do you mean?
I was recognized. Someone must have warned them.
And you naturally assumed it was me. How dare you! I would never sacrifice you for the sake of my ambitions.
Mother, I'm sorry. I didn't...
Nothing is more important to me than you. You are the future of us all. Born for greatness. It's your destiny. I would never let anything jeopardize that. There must be others who knew.
I don't believe the Suprema would betray me.
No? No. Someone else close to you has been indiscreet. For their own sake and ambition?
Yarvel?
She's afraid of you. She resents our bond. She sees you as a threat to her precious peace.
We've always had our differences, but I can't believe she would do that. She loves me.
I think you underestimate her. I think perhaps we all have.
Does she know that I'm here?
I don't think so. There hasn't been time to tell her.
Then I think you should.
Yes.
Oh, I'm tired.
Of course, my sweet. Sleep. You're still very weak. Don't worry. I'll talk to Yarvel. I'll take care of everything. For you. My precious boy.
Finally, I cannot impress upon you enough the importance of continued dialogue between ourselves and the Thals. If we do not speak, how can we expect them to listen? Thank you for listening to me. Peace be with us all.
That was a representative of the newly formed Peace Confederation speaking.
Mother! I didn't hear you come in. Did you hear the broadcast then? My first. They actually offered me the chance to make it. I was stunned.
Davros is dead.
I'm sorry? What did you say?
Your brother. Last week, the three of us swimming here, and now... Now he has been reported dead. Killed in action.
What happened to him?
He went behind Thal lines and they killed him. We were informed of his death this morning. They wanted us to know he'd failed.
I can't believe it. Davros dead. Are you all right? How are you feeling?
I'm... hurt.
Well, that's understandable. But we must think clearly. Be practical. The funeral must be arranged, and we must contact the council, see if we can get his body returned.
The Thals knew he was coming. They knew what he looked like. His name.
What do you mean?
How did they know his name, Yarvel?
Why are you asking me?
Because you and I were the only people outside the military who knew that he was going.
So?
It's all right. He's dead now. You can tell me the truth.
Didn't you see how dangerous Davros was becoming? He was a fanatic. He wasn't interested in peace. He only wanted to wage war. I know you agreed with him, but to destroy an entire race? They have as much right to this planet as we do, as much right to survive. All I'm trying to do is to find a way to end this war, and all he wanted was to prolong it. Such a brilliant mind. Anyone can see that. But if he had made it into the scientific corps, then he would have only used that brilliance to make bigger and deadlier weapons. We couldn't allow him to do that.
Couldn't allow... Oh. Who are we to stand in the way of his destiny?
His destiny? You don't really believe that? Look, I never intended them to hurt him. He's my brother. I told some of my contacts in the peace movement about his mission, and they got a warning through to the Thals. They said no harm would come to him.
And you believed them?
Yes.
With him gone, you would get the money you need.
The money is a separate issue. I love both of you, and I would never want any harm done to get the money.
Love? What do you know of love? Davros isn't dead. He survived. Do you think you could kill such greatness?
I don't understand. He's not dead.
You betrayed Davros for your father's money. I wouldn't let him hurt my son either.
What do you mean? What are you saying?
You tried to kill my son. You're a danger to my son. So many people have been a danger to my son. Your father, your aunt, they all had to be stopped.
Mother, Davros is a danger to all.
The last words she said. She hadn't said that in a very long time. I tried to revive her, but she must have been under the water for a long time. She died in my arms. That's what I told the medical team, a tragic accident. I did what I had to do.
Mother, it was an accident, wasn't it?
I needed an explanation, Davros. I've built up a solid base of influential people to back me on the council. Word of this could destroy my reputation. And you have to be protected. There's so much to do.
Where is her body?
In storage.
Good. We must prepare her cremation.
Oh, that'll be very public.
That's all right. You don't have to worry. All will be well. We'll give them what they're most likely to believe, that she was murdered by a foul infiltrator in the peace movement, bent on sabotaging the work she believed in so passionately for their own war-mongering ends. Leave it to me. I'll protect you.
My precious boy, I knew I could trust you.
Always, Mother. Always.
One other thing. The meeting with my legal advisor went well. He believes that he can get Nazgard's will overturned. My newest contacts include several members of the senior judiciary. With a little work, they can be persuaded to nullify it. There will be more than enough money to support you when you enter the scientific corps, and plenty left over for me. I thought about commissioning a statue of some kind to house Yarvel's ashes.
Yes. Why not? I suppose that would be a fitting tribute. Recorder on. Subject, female, 31 years. Health at time of death, excellent. Cause of death, drowning. Pause recording. We all have our secrets, don't we, sister? You're my little secret, even from Mother. You always despised science. You believed my work would destroy us, but you were wrong. And now it is time you made your small contribution. I'm going to combine strands of your genetic material with those of a Thal and this Varga spine. I believe it might give me the beginnings of a weapon greater than any our planet has ever seen. You see, it is science that will win this war for us. Science that will ensure our survival. Rational, logical, perfect, pure science. Resume recording. Making first incision. Now.
I realized that nothing could be allowed to get in my way. Not friend, not family. Loyalty, integrity, honesty, these were rare commodities in the Khaled city at that time. But as the years passed, I worked my way up into the scientific core and into the science elite. And from there I was able to make discoveries that would change the destiny of my planet forever. Discoveries that would eventually lead to you. Explain! I once said I would never understand how to play at politics. I discovered this was a lie. And without realizing it, I discovered that by playing one side off against another, true power could be mine.
You are not a member of the Council of 12, Davros.
My son is the most important person on the planet.
Practically changing before our eyes.
There's definitely a mutation.
It is a blast ray as devastating as a lightning bolt.
This is proper warfare.
A complete cellular reconstruction.
On your knees, Davros.
They are devoted to survival. We were there at the genesis of a species, Shard.
Protect the Supremo! Guards, get him away from here, now!
Are you willing to face death?
Find peace.
I realized that nothing could be allowed to get in my way. Not friend, not family. Loyalty, integrity, honesty, these were rare commodities in the Khaled city at that time. But as the years passed, I worked my way up into the scientific core and into the science elite. And from there I was able to make discoveries that would change the destiny of my planet forever. Discoveries that would eventually lead to you.
Explain!
I once said I would never understand how to play at politics. I discovered this was a lie. And without realizing it, I discovered that by playing one side off against another, true power could be mine.
To Windag.
I think we're the only two. Weapons check.
Pistol loaded. Grenades primed.
Are you all right?
I'm fine now we're down. Loman, there are only two of us.
The strategy computer predicted 80% losses at this stage, remember? We're only at 60.
Without the plane.
We knew what this mission was when we volunteered. Come on. Proceed to target. Set charges. Khaleds! I'll hold them off.
But...
Go!
Surely we should be down in the shelters.
How very like you to run from a fight, Valron. You can see from the radar screens that the Thals are concentrating their attack on the refinery.
Besides, since the atomic shelling began, there's no cave on Skaro deep enough to be safe.
You are not a member of the Council of 12, Davros. You are here to answer our questions. Speak only when ordered to.
My son is here at my request.
Your son is here because High Councillor Matros is concerned about the spending that has gone into the scientific elite. Questions have been raised. Davros is here to answer them.
Matros doesn't understand the work that the elite do, that my son does. Besides, Valron, you know as well as I do. He's only upset because Davros refused to take his decidedly plain daughter to the council dinner last month.
Mother...
I'm not fighting you, Calcula. Really. I believe in the scientific elite. But, as you know, we have to go through the motions. I think we should be discussing gas warfare and the effects of...
Matros is trying to stop my son's work.
Shut up, all of you.
Apologies, Supremo.
You have something to report, Davros?
Indeed, Supremo. I've been analyzing the sequence of Khaled DNA, and I have discovered an interesting statistical...
Forgive me for interrupting, but will this help?
Supremo?
The Supremo is asking how this will help in our war with the Thals.
Thank you, Valron. We give our resources to the Science Division so that it comes up with weapons, Davros. This isn't a weapon.
There is also a need for pure research.
There will be time for that when the war is over. With the Thals on the retreat, forced to resort to shelling us from a great distance, I'm confident that we're in the final stages of...
Protect the Supremo! Guards, get him away from here! Now!
Where are you going?
Thal has gone into the Senate chamber. I have to protect the Supremo.
You are my son. You will protect me.
He's coming this way.
In the name of the Thal Republic.
No, he isn't the Supremo.
I know exactly who he is. On your knees, Davros. Our strategy computers say that you're the greatest threat to the Thal people. Are you willing to face death?
Are you?
You're the one with the gun at your head.
And you're the one still attached to a magnetic parachute.
In the name of the Thal Republic, death
No, Mother!
to... Get back! What's happening?
Ooh, now that really is quite gruesome. What did I just do?
By tugging that cord, you reactivated the magnetic field of her chute. The magnetic properties of the planet are too powerful. She's being pulled down to the planet's core.
With just a concrete floor in the way.
Yes,
There's not much of her left.
plenty for my purposes.
You know what this means, don't you?
That the Suprema will want me to invent a new machine to clean the floor, something that can be turned into a war robot.
It means my son is the most important person on the planet. Imagine that.
I'd been waiting for a long while to analyze the DNA of a Thal female, but now a sample has become available. If you will look at this punch card...
Both have the same structure, the double helix.
The chromosomes of every living creature on Skaro have that structure, Ral.
But look at the detail, Shan.
The genetic sequences are utterly distinct.
Thals might look like Khaleds. We've always assumed we had a common ancestor, but I no longer believe that is true. Or at least I think the divergence was around 100 million years ago, not a recent one.
Thals have adapted to fit the same ecological niche as Khaleds. It's not so great a surprise that they resemble us.
But so closely.
It's superficial. Their internal organs are configured entirely differently. They need to breathe the same air, so of course they have lungs.
But Thal lungs have a completely different structure to yours or mine. They are longer, thinner. The ratio between the sexes is different. We know that there are 7 males for every female. Judging from those 2 pieces of evidence, I believe they may have evolved from a creature like a modern Euvacral.
So the Thals aren't people, they're animals. Water snakes?
It's not that. That's like saying we're clams.
It's difficult to make comparisons. There's so little to compare DNA with. The war... well, virtually every animal species is extinct now.
Unless you fancy a swim in the lake of mutations.
What?
It's what people have started to call Dramakin Lake. It's full of monsters, they say.
They also say there's a honeycomb of tunnels under the city full of strange creatures and screaming winds. At night, the Krakus come out to eat small Khaled children who haven't polished their boots. It's rubbish. People just made up some monsters to scare everyone.
And that is our job.
Coordinator Davros, perhaps we could try to capture some examples of living creatures. Piece together what we can of the genetic record of the planet while we can.
We have changed the face of Skaro.
Wait, a minute ago you said we'd adapted to live on the planet. Now you're saying we're adapting the planet?
Yes.
That makes no sense. Which is it?
It's both. We've adapted to live on the planet as it was, not as it is becoming. The war has led to a mass extinction of animal and plant life, unable to survive the new challenges.
The future is what matters. What Skaro and the Khaleds will become that should concern us. Where we are going, not where we've come from.
To understand the future, we have to understand the past. If we collected rodents and...
High Councillor Matros says that any talk of scientific research that isn't part of the war effort is treason.
How was your meeting with Valron and the Supremo? Did your mother say...
My mother was her usual helpful self. Now, that's enough for today. Ral, if you could take these results, see if we might develop a quick test to identify Thal DNA.
It could be used to detect Thal spies.
It could. I was thinking more of tailoring a plague virus that only killed Thals. Release it into the air. It ought to be theoretically possible. All I need at this stage is a comparative analysis.
Very good, Coordinator Davros.
Shan, would you mind staying behind a moment?
Lady Calcula, that speech was marvellous, and your delivery...
Yes, thank you, Fen. I think I need a more critical analysis than that. Oh, these robes are so dull. Now, if I could wear a gold one...
But only the Supremo is allowed to wear a gold robe.
Ah, yes, Fen, of course. Davros, where have you been? You know I wanted you here.
We've been capturing rodent specimens here.
Oh, get it away from me! Who is this?
This is Shan, Mother, a recent recruit to the Scientific Corps.
Really? Shan? Colonel Krakor's child.
That's right, my lady.
You were in the military youth since you were 8 years old. I recognize the name from my lists.
I'm impressed. There have been tens of thousands of people in the military youth.
My son is not the only member of this family with a good memory. The ability to remember things is a useful weapon. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I imagine so.
Oh, Davros, will you put that cage down? Somewhere out of sight, I hope, and come over here.
Yes, Mother. Shan, could you take this to the laboratory? Wait for me there.
Of course, Coordinator Davros. Councillor Calcula.
I've been working on a speech. I think it's done, but I want you to hear it.
Could I read it for myself?
Oh, well, I suppose here you are. I was hoping to read it out loud to you. She's a sweet girl.
Who?
John.
She has a good mind.
Ooh, that's the highest praise a young woman could expect from you, I imagine.
Who's this?
This is Fen. He's a section leader in the military youth.
Coordinator Davros.
Don't distract him from his reading.
I've finished.
Already? Oh, what do you think?
It's a bit political.
Oh, everything is political, Davros. I'm thinking about the future, how to shape the future. Explain, Fen.
The Khaled race is supreme. The military youth demands that all young Khaleds dedicate themselves to self-improvement and physical purity. We are the future of the Khaled race. We will prevail.
I see. Mother, are you really the right person to lead a youth movement?
What do you mean?
Well, the average Khaled life expectancy for females is 52. You're already over that, well over it. There just aren't all that many old people, so it's odd that one of the very oldest...
I look to the youth, Davros. I see the potential.
It's a useful power base too, of course. Excuse me, I need to get back to Shan.
You see, Fen? I told you he was a cynic.
Every member of the Academy appreciates your interest in us, Councillor. You inspire a great deal of personal loyalty, even if you don't get that from your son.
Davros is loyal.
I meant to say...
It doesn't matter what you mean. It doesn't matter what you think. Only what you say and do matters. I want you to do something for me.
Of course, my lady.
You don't know what? Yet?
That does not matter.
Oh, very good.
She goes on about ideals, but she's up to something.
Coordinator?
My mother. Oh, I know she's your leader. Should I be worried that I have a spy in my midst?
Pardon?
You're in the military youth.
It's compulsory. Not technically, but the ones that don't sign up are beaten by those that do.
You were attacked by them when you were 8?
No, I was smart enough to join before they had to. It's even worse now she's in charge. A 10-year-old was dragged from his classroom and killed a few weeks ago.
Why?
All he did was ask why rations had been cut if the war was going so well. I understand that such a question challenges authority, but...
It also addresses reality. Scientists must be free to question. The cult of blind obedience my mother is encouraging isn't healthy, however much it might control the herd.
Councillor Calcula is building quite an army, all loyal to her. They worship her.
Well, she's a genius. Runs in our family.
She dedicated herself to science.
Instead, she chose politics. What frustrates me, she talks about the future, but to a politician that just means next week.
If we don't survive the present, there won't be a future.
Well, something will survive, I'm sure. Sean, look at these results for a moment.
An incomplete reading. There must be a fault with the machine. I'll redo the test.
There is no fault.
I'll redo the test.
The DNA is damaged. Practically changing before our eyes.
It's got to be the machine. And if it wasn't, could we have contaminated the sample?
No. No. I think it's evolving. Finding a way to survive. Mutating. I saw something similar years ago.
Coordinator, evolution simply doesn't work like that. Species evolve, not individuals. Tiny changes each generation, accumulating over time. The process is gradual, random, not directed. It takes millions of years. It's blind. There's no ultimate goal.
So you deny the genetic destiny of the Khaled people?
These changes...
Sean, I was joking. We're scientists. We can be bold. We serve a higher truth, and we can shape our own destiny.
I used to think that.
You don't now?
It doesn't matter. Any of this. Nothing has changed. Everything is poisoned. The seas and lakes, the ground, the air.
You think it's hopeless?
No other planet we've detected can support life, so there's nowhere else to go. The Thals and the Khaleds have dedicated the last 1,000 years solely to the destruction of life. Before that, there were so many other races, all gone now. I wonder if life is an aberration.
Life started on Skaro in the Planistavian Age 100 million years ago. For all that time, it has found strategies to survive. We are the legacy of eons of struggle. The war with the Thals is the tick of a clock by comparison.
I come from Darien. It's a lifeless desert now, with glass where there used to be towns.
No, not lifeless. The worms there have grown to incredible sizes. The lakes and oceans all over Skaro are filling with monsters. The rodent we caught is... well, it's changing. Life endures.
By becoming monstrous?
By doing whatever it must. A year ago, you proposed a solution. It was that paper which drew you to my attention. You saw the way to survive when even I had not.
As a thought experiment.
It is time to take that dream, Sean, and make it into reality.
You have the file?
Of course, Councillor.
Good.
Records aren't meant to leave the office, but I did as you said.
I like you, Fen. You obey. Something my children have... something my son has great difficulty doing these days. Do you know this, Sean?
I've known her for many years.
You don't like her?
No. She's pretty, but she's clever, you know?
You must be curious why I'm so interested in her.
No.
And you're not just saying that, are you? I'll tell you anyway. My son likes her, I know that. The two of them are spending a lot of time alone. You saw the way they were around each other. Who knows what's blossoming over the test tubes?
If you think they're well suited.
Well, he's older than her, of course, but both of them are healthy. I need to make sure that they are a suitable match.
Have you finished with me, my lady?
Oh, my lady, such manners. Yes, thank you, Fen.
Good evening, Coordinator.
Yes.
Her family are not particularly rich, but they are well placed. They used to be landed, owned half of Darien, but, well, the value of real estate there is not what it was. Colonel Krakor's a bit of a fool. Turned down a place on the Council of 12 to stay on the battlefield. But he's respected, and his choice of career means that I won't need to worry about him for too long.
Are you talking to me, Mother?
Of course, my sweet. Who else?
Why the sudden interest in Sean?
Nothing I ever do is sudden, Davros. You should know that. What are you holding? Let me see.
These are the blueprints for a machine that bombards a subject with finely tuned doses of radiation.
A weapon!
certainly wouldn't want to stand too close to it.
Oh, it's a variation of the machine you built that cured cancer, isn't it? Oh, don't look at me like that. I've always been proud of even your minor achievements. And I'm not a complete scientific ignoramus. I know enough to see that whatever it isn't a weapon. Not, of course, that you ever quite said it was.
You never told me why you were so interested in one of my students, either.
She's young and healthy, Davros. Military youth likes to stress the virtue of good health. We're not just looking to this generation, we are looking to the next. We need women who can give birth to good, strong, coloured babies.
Sean's a scientist, like me.
There you go, something you have in common.
What I mean is, don't try getting her into politics. We need less politicians and more scientists. Politicians prolong the war. Scientists will end it.
Oh, I agree completely. You heard the news about poor High Councillor Matros. Slipped and fell in front of a training tank. Tragic.
Another council member down, Mother. I recall you and he didn't see eye to eye.
He was always critical of the science elite's work. Your work. He shouldn't have got in the way. Of the tank, I mean.
Coordinator?
Sorry. The way you were looking at me then, I thought you were going to say something.
No. Are you all right, Coordinator? You seem a little distracted.
The latest results. I didn't offend you before when I talked about Darian. Your family lost a great deal. A lot of people you knew must have died.
It was 5 years before I was born. I've lived here in the city all my life.
Good. What do you make of the results?
There's definitely mutation.
Exactly as I predicted. Using that device, the mutations can be precisely controlled.
I don't quite understand what we're doing. During natural selection, organisms adapt to best fit their habitat. We can't predict what anything will become because it depends on the environment.
No, but we can engineer an organism that will survive whatever Scaro's biosphere becomes.
I've no idea what such a creature would look like.
Well, it needn't be aesthetically pleasing.
I know. But what sort of animal would it be?
Well, it needs a high intelligence, coupled with a strong survival instinct. Beyond that, well, we let nature take its course.
You seem distracted, Davros. This meal is real meat. You know how rare that's become lately.
My work has reached a critical point.
All that time with Shan. She's a nice girl.
So you keep saying.
What's that you're reading?
Just some papers on obstetrics.
That's babies.
Yes, I know.
Why do I get the feeling there's something you're not telling me?
Oh, that must be an unusual sensation for you, Mother.
Oh, I see.
What?
You're sulking.
I don't sulk.
Of course. Scientists don't sulk. Oh, look. You're having this problem with the Council of 12. It's a political problem. Instead of sulking, you could try to do something about it. Talk to the Council. I can only do so much.
You spend your whole time trying to protect your own skin.
Well, your main obstacle was High Councillor Matros. He is no longer a problem, you see? A little political activism goes a long way.
I've always avoided politics, especially yours, Mother.
I know a little of science. You should know a little of politics. Politics is compromise.
And what compromise do you suggest?
Come to the council meeting. See the opening night of that new blast weapon of yours. You should bring Shan along. After all, we know there's a spare seat. I'll explain, child. Whenever there's a big push, the Council of 12 come here to the war room to monitor its progress.
Why am I here?
You're here at my invitation.
Our forces are using one of Davros's new weapons. Your father is there, leading the troops in.
The screens aren't ideal, but you can see our forces on the left. That's them, isn't it, Valron?
Yes.
My father. Is there a way to talk to him?
Not at this stage. Afterwards, there should be, if he survives. Looks like they're in position.
If I could have silence? Thank you. We've just received the etheric signal to confirm that our attack group is within a mile of the target, a local fortified command facility. Davros, if you could explain what this new weapon is to we laymen.
There's a weapon mounted on that tracked vehicle. It is a blast ray as devastating as a lightning bolt.
Oh, a lightning bolt. Excellent work.
Lightning bolts are tremendously powerful, Supremo. Into the gigavolt range in some cases. This weapon can send a blast 3 miles, and at that range it can still puncture armor plating.
That's enough power to light the whole Khalid city for years.
A little over 73 years, Councillor.
Really?
The power system is experimental. It will only fire 1 shot before burning out. As a result, obviously, I've not tested the weapon.
I will soon see if it works. Colonel, this is the Supremo. Commence attack.
Nothing's happening.
The dynamatic generator takes a moment to discharge.
Are you sure it's in...
Target breached.
The video link confirms it. Remarkable. An atomic shell would have barely cracked it.
The screen almost seemed to burn out there for a moment.
What's going on?
We've breached the walls. Survivors are pouring out. The ground forces are mopping them up.
Killing them. No need for euphemisms, Calcula.
Did you see that? Excellent shot.
Oh, yes. Oh, look, there, that young one. Have they seen her?
They have. A waste. Prisoners would have been useful to the scientific corps.
Oh, this is proper warfare. I envy your father sometimes, Sean. I can see why he'd want to stay in the front lines.
Everyone should see this. There's nothing made for children these days. I know the screens are rationed now, but what's wrong with an hour of this a day in the schools?
You find this entertaining?
You don't. Your mother would have been disappointed in such equivocation.
She was a warrior, not a spectator.
That one's surrendering, I think.
You should have thought of that before.
You are happy with the weapon?
Yes. Can it be mass-produced?
Not mass-produced, no. The YBM used in the casing is very rare, but we can certainly build more of them.
And keep them as treats for special occasions. Very well. Whatever will you think of next?
I'm afraid that's a secret for the moment. But obviously the war is my only priority.
Sean, you work for him. What tricks has Davros got up his sleeve?
I don't know what kind of weapon will end this war, but I know that the one after that will be fought with stone clubs.
We have this war to end before we worry about that. We're one step closer now. I must address the nation. Davros, if you could stay behind for a moment.
Sean, I'm sorry you didn't get a chance to speak to your father. You can drive home with me if you would like.
Thank you, no, I'll walk.
Could I walk you home?
I'll go alone, thank you, Councillor. This.
Hey, Sean! Oh, we showed those stars, right? Oh, you don't look happy. You should be happy. Your friend Davros just won us a great victory.
Get off, Fen.
Just having some fun. You should try it.
Get off!
Everyone's celebrating tonight. Join us. Go on.
The lady said no.
Oh.
Sorry, Councillor. Sorry, Sean.
Good night, Fen. Enjoy your party.
Sorry. Didn't mean to startle you, but it looked as though you could do with a rescue. Are you all right?
Sorry, I don't feel like company tonight.
You're really shaken up. Someone...
No, it was the war room. Unlike you, I've never seen an attack firsthand. You must be used to it.
I'm a councillor. Sean, isn't it? I'm a councillor, Sean, not a soldier. I understand the war. Doesn't mean I have to like it.
Don't let Councillor Calcula hear you say that.
Oh, I'm well aware of her opinions. Look, let me walk you home. You look shaken. Please.
You know, I've been thinking, perhaps the Council are right. A few more pushes like that, we might win the war. Forgive me, Supremo, but I've Never believed that before.
It's our destiny, Davros.
We have to wipe out the Thals.
That's been our goal all along.
No, it hasn't. We just aim at the odd military target here, or strategic position there.
It's how you win a war.
The Thals are not mere opponents. Sir, it's difficult to explain. Evolution is a constant struggle, a war of 1,000 million years against the whole universe.
Well, we want the war to end, so how does it end?
It's kill or be killed, eat or be meat. So logically the war ends with one form of life in utter control of the world. All other life forms gone. That is the goal. That is the only true victory.
It doesn't sound like a world I'd want to live in.
No? The thought, it fills me with hope. There is a purpose to life beyond the present moment. We are all soldiers in a fight greater than any of us, one that will outlast our species.
We must keep the Khaled race pure, though.
Oh, we should certainly weed out the genetically damaged, but pure? It's a meaningless term scientifically.
Is it now?
Supremo, what would you like me to do? I can lie to you or I can tell you the truth. This is a private conversation between adults, not a propaganda poster. Evolution is, yes, survival of the fittest. Survival is the key to it all.
Davros, I have some grave news. As you know, there are Thal spies at work in the city.
A student of mine, Ral, is working on an infallible way of genetic testing.
I'm sure. But we have a more immediate problem. Here.
That's the military youth member, Fen.
He's been close to your mother for several months.
She's been using him as a henchman.
We have just learned that he is a Thal spy. We hope to take him into custody.
I need to warn Mother.
I'm afraid saboteurs have bombed the etheric exchange. All communications are down.
Then I will go there myself. Supremo.
A thoroughly successful day, wouldn't you say, Fen?
Yes, Lady Calcula.
You saw the Supremo's announcement?
I did. I've just been down in the main square. I saw that friend of your son's.
John, sweet girl. She seemed shaken.
Oh, and your son has asked to see you, Ma'am.
I thought he was with the Supremo.
He's in his laboratory.
Oh, really?
I'll accompany you if you like, Lady Calcula.
Why not? I saw the actual attack, you know, on the screen.
My lady?
I had no idea how entertaining it could be. I was expecting something dry, clinical, but you see so much. I've no idea why we restrict access to the video images. I mean, of course, there are security implications for some of it. We don't want to give away exact locations, that sort of thing. But it's not as though the Thals don't realize when we've hit them. We could show people an attack after it's happened.
There would be complaints.
Oh, nonsense. People complain at the slightest provocation these days. I mean, the things children see on the screens at the moment, they're too sanitized. Doesn't get that heart racing, if you know what I mean. I'll watch a good strangulation or a drowning if it's on, but they get a bit repetitive, don't they?
If you say so.
Well, you know, I'm always looking for something to inspire the youth of today, and I genuinely think I've hit on something here. Good educational shows. Children today need role models, don't you think? They need to learn the skills they'll use as adults. Children thrive when they know exactly what's expected of them. I need to talk to someone about this.
I'm sure you're right.
I have to find out how these things work. It's not as if I'm a television director. Is that even the right word?
I believe so, my lady.
Here we are. Now, I need to unlock the door. Turn away while I enter the combination.
Of course.
Where's Davros got to?
Everyone's attention is diverted, Ma'am.
Yes. Oh, don't touch that.
I know what it is.
What are you doing?
My job, Calcula.
Did you address me as...
They sent me to destroy Davros's work. Now be quiet.
Sent you? Who sent you? You're no Thal?
No. I serve the leader of the Khaled people.
Do you indeed? What has our Supremo promised you?
Promotion to General. the youngest general the Khaled army has ever seen.
Oh, you idiot! It's a death sentence. When you asked for that, the Supremo must have struggled not to laugh.
I'll be under his protection, my lady.
Oh, please. Oh!
It doesn't matter what you think. I'm going to destroy your son's work, and then I am going to hurt you.
Your orders were to hurt me too.
To show you no one is safe anymore. That you can't trust anyone. You'll just be a broken old woman who used to be someone.
And you're a fool. The Supremo will already have denounced you as a Thal spy.
I'm no Thal.
They'll hang you as one. Oh, you could do what you wanted with me, but trying to hurt Davros, damage his life's work, that was a mistake, Fen.
You can't stop me.
You're a clever boy, aren't you? But I'm far more so.
No!
Do you think I'd have lived this long by being weak?
No! Oh, please. I'll tell you everything. Stop it, darling!
You're already dead, Fen. And of course, so am I. That was more radiation than we'd have been exposed to after a year in the trenches.
I don't want to die.
Ah, one ambition that's never going to be fulfilled.
Aren't you scared?
For the first time in my life, there's nothing I can do to prolong my survival. It's almost relaxing.
Why?
To save your reputation, Fen.
What?
Genetics, my dear, you wouldn't understand. And there's no time to teach you now. But my son and his little friend will work it out. And when they do, I have killed the Supremo, just as if I drowned him in radiation. I have placed Davros on the throne. I've got everything I ever wanted.
What's happening to my skin? What's happening to your face?
My face? I don't know, but my dear, sweet, clever, utterly brilliant son will.
What's happened?
Your mother and Fen have been exposed to radiation.
How?
I don't know. Fen is already dead. I've done what I can for Lady Calcula, but I have to warn you.
The process works.
That's your mother.
Of course it is, but look, complete cellular reconstruction. I didn't imagine I would prove the case so swiftly.
She's dying. Reverse the process.
It's like asking me to unfry an egg. Look at her. She's like a butterfly emerged from its chrysalis. Beautiful.
Does it hurt?
What a
ridiculous question, child. Davros, I don't have long, do I?
No.
They have killed me. They're frightened of us. Of you. Oh, don't let my death be for nothing. Dedicate that mind of yours to one task. Destroy all those who would destroy you. Take your rightful place.
Mother, you are becoming what we will all become. But just a little too early. Skaro isn't ready for you yet. The universe isn't ready for you. You are the first. We will survive. We will grow stronger. The whole of Skaro, the entire universe, will tremble at those like you.
I am proud of you.
Goodbye, Mother.
Davros, I'm sorry.
For what?
For...
You weren't responsible.
I know.
I must study Mother's remains. No one is to disturb me. Go!
Sean, it's good to see you. I was hoping...
Counselor.
Valron, please.
Valron, I need to tell someone. There's something Davros hasn't realized. He can't be thinking clearly.
What are you talking about?
Calcula is dead.
She's When news gets out, her followers...
She was exposed to radiation by one of her followers, Fen. They're saying he was a Thal spy, but Fen, he mutated just like Calcula did.
Mutated?
Yes, but you focused on the least important word I said. If Davros isn't talking to me, I need to talk to the Council.
Thal spies can still get past blood tests. They inject themselves with something.
Yes, Rahl at the lab is still working on the DNA samples Davros gave him.
So at the moment, it's impossible to tell them from Khaleds.
No, it is possible, because genetically they're still Thals.
Of course, but you still need a full medical examination.
You don't doubt that Calcula was a Khaled, do you?
Through and through, of course. Obsessively, so you might say.
Fen was exposed to the radiation. He was not only changed by it, but in exactly the same way Calcula was. The only way that's possible is if he was the same species as Calcula. A Thal would probably change, but in a completely different way. Fen was a Khaled.
Sian, there are some Khaleds sympathetic to the Thals. Perhaps Fen was one of them?
I've known him for years through the military youth. Fen only thought what he was told to think.
Then he fell under a bad influence and started spying for the Thals?
No. He couldn't survive long as a spy. He simply didn't have the wit. He obeyed.
Who then?
Someone more senior than Calcula. Another council member, perhaps. Oh, we have to tell Davros.
Of course.
The logic of his mother's assassination is simple. If I've worked it out and Davros hasn't, there are only two possible reasons. Davros doesn't know all the facts, or he's so blinded by what's happened that he's not approaching things rationally.
I can't imagine a Skara without Calcula. But whatever happens now, it's a new dawn for this world. Can't get any worse than it's been, can it?
The night isn't over yet. If they can move against Calcula, they can move against anyone. Do you think they'll kill Davros?
No. The Council needs Davros. Killing Calcula and blaming the Thals strengthens their hold on him.
Makes him focus on the war effort out of revenge.
Yes. But no one else in the scientific elite is safe. You're not safe. You should go home.
No. I should be at Davros' side. I can help him.
Davros should be left alone in his grief.
Whatever Davros is doing, it isn't grieving.
Come in.
Thank you. You're not my normal doctor?
No, I work with the scientific elite. You are Renna, baby due any day now?
Yes.
There have been no complications?
Nothing significant. A scare around 9 weeks in.
Yes, I see. A healthy boy.
I didn't know it was going to be a boy. I didn't want to know.
The father was killed last month.
Yes?
This injection is a new treatment. It helps with certain environmental concerns.
I see. There's no risk?
Your child will be born more healthy, stronger.
From just one injection?
Indeed. It's a new chemical, one that's only just come on the market.
If it's good for our babies, women will be queuing up for this when word gets out.
Oh, that's good. It will avoid conscription. There.
I can't believe word of Calcula's death hasn't got out.
Supremo must know by now. News is being suppressed. It's the only possible explanation.
If it is someone on the Council of 12 that did this, if the military youth mobilizes against them, we have a chance to end this.
I'm not sure what you mean.
You can trust me, Sian.
I didn't say I couldn't. And you can hold my hand.
I wasn't sure.
Your hand has been hovering for the last 10 minutes.
Hovering?
Hovering. When we first sat down, you brushed against me. You made it look like an accident, but it was to test my reaction.
Yes. You're very beautiful.
And you invited me back to your apartment very quickly. For a politician to do anything that quickly...
Caught out. Guilty as charged.
Never mind that. Listen, I'm still not sure what you meant just now. Do you relish the thought of military youth rising against the Council?
No.
You seem to. Valron, I want this war to end. I want us to make our peace with the Thals.
If anyone heard you say that word...
We're not allowed to even think it. But go on. I'm not saying we mate with them or even befriend them, But they're intelligent beings. People.
They'll take any ceasefire as a chance to regroup. We can't trust them.
And they'd say exactly the same things about us. We can't carry on like this. Look at the sky. Where's the sun? Hidden behind clouds of what?
No summer in 3 years. Not a proper one.
We're brought up thinking it was always like this, that there's nothing to be done. But ask yourself, why were you shocked just because I said the word peace?
I don't know. My father used to make gas weapons for 7 generations. His father before and his...
We have an opportunity here, one that might not come round again.
I know. If the Council of 12 and military youth are at each other's throats...
Divide and conquer?
We can do it, Sean. I know we can.
I need to tell Davros who killed his mother.
That might not be wise. This is a delicate situation.
His mother has just been murdered. Councillor... I know Davros. He's a good man. Possibly the only person on the planet who can truly shape the future. It's only fair that he knows the truth.
I called for you 3 hours ago. Where were you?
I was on the other side of the city. What are you doing in the maternity ward?
Showing interest in the future generation.
Giving birth is a much messier process than I pictured it.
There are complications.
Haven't you seen enough blood for one day?
Seeing the attack on the Thals disturbed you, didn't it?
Shouldn't it have done?
Scientists should make observations without emotional interference.
So you can watch Thals being gunned down and it's a scientific observation. When Calcula died in front of your eyes, you didn't feel anything.
The mother has died of shock. The first 3 did the same. Quickly, help me.
What?
We need to get the baby into the incubator.
Baby? But it's grabbing me.
Don't hurt it.
It's trying to hurt me.
There.
It will stay alive in there.
For a short time at least. I have yet to determine their exact life support requirements.
There?
All the specimens so far, including my mother, are genetically identical. It's a new species, descended from the Khaled.
That is what we will become.
Either that or we will die. It's beautiful, isn't it?
In what way?
Everything else on this planet is here by accident. Millions of years of chance. This has been designed. Born by the power of a mind. We were there at the genesis of a species, Sean. How many people can say that?
Your mother was killed by the Supremo. Working with a council, most likely.
I see. Yes, that is the logical conclusion. No matter.
What?
She lives on, in this new species. She was the future, Sean, after all. Nothing else matters. She wanted me to kill her murderers. Their death is already inevitable. These creatures, on the other hand, they are devoted to survival. I've bred it into them.
What have you taken away from them?
Only things that will affect their ability to think rationally.
It's horrible.
It's necessary. Don't you agree?
There has to be another way.
And that's your final word?
My what?
That is where you stand.
You should stop this. We should find a better solution.
That's disappointing, Sean. You're a scientist. You should have used your training, not allowed yourself to be deflected by sentiment.
He said that? What did you say to him?
That it had been a long day and I needed to get some sleep. I've no idea what time it is.
You slept well, but only for a few hours.
What's going on down there? Sounds like a riot. It's the military youth.
The news of Calcula's death must have got out.
Where's Davros?
The military youth were loyal to his mother. They'll be loyal to him.
Davros wouldn't know what to do with an army.
Davros, I wanted to talk to you about the anti-radiation drugs you were asked to come up with.
Done, Supremo. already being administered throughout the domes. Should the Thals use neutronic missiles, we shall all be safe from the fallout.
Good, good. You may go.
My mother has been murdered.
Oh, yes, I heard.
She had followers. A network of young Khaleds throughout the whole city. She made sure they were in key positions. They're not happy.
Why, if you have any way of bringing these crowds under control, any influence as Calcula's son...
Ultimately, having all those supporters did not save her. And she always knew she'd die at the hands of a Khaled, not the Thals. I remember her telling me that once. She was betrayed.
Whoever ordered this move against her, I'm sure he didn't mean to kill her. What would anyone gain from that? You'd trigger political instability, mutinies within the ranks. Her death couldn't have been deliberate.
If you'd run the scenario through the strategy computer, I'm sure it would have predicted exactly that.
Very few people have access to the strategy computer, Davros.
I know. You are, of course, one of them. I imagine the computer would calculate that what would hurt Calcula the most was an assault at home, rough her up a little, show her that nowhere is safe, that even her most loyal follower has a higher loyalty.
I'm sure whoever ordered the attack was only trying to clip Calcula's wings, contain her.
I don't doubt it. Weakening her is a prize worth having, but it's backfired, hasn't it? We're on the brink of a crisis that threatens the entire Khaled nation.
I'll do anything that you want.
Yes, you will.
You can take your mother's place in the Council of 12.
No, that was her ambition, not mine.
Then what?
From now on, the Science Division is going to have complete autonomy from the Council. The elite will have the power to requisition any and all resources that are required, starting with new laboratories deep underground. There will be no political interference with our scientific research.
You're asking me to grant you powers not even I possess.
No, Supremo, you're not granting me anything. I'm not making a request. It would save some time to have you formally confirming my new powers, though.
I am the Supreme Khaled. I head the Council of 12.
I know who killed my mother! And I can prove it! When his identity is revealed, he will be dragged from his office and strung up. Assuming, of course, he hasn't already been found dead.
How do I know you won't betray me anyway?
These riots are not helpful. The Thals will pounce at any sign of weakness or division. It would be desirable to have continuity of leadership, not further confusion. First, we need to publicize the identity of my mother's assassin. Stay calm, Supremo. Tell them it was Valron.
Councillor Valron?
He has advocated diplomacy with the Thals in the past, so he has a history of pacifism and fraternizing with the enemy.
He's never actually spoken to the Thals, just suggested it.
Yes, an inconvenient fact, but one this file ought to negate.
Intercepts of Valron in radio communication with the Thals? A photograph of him meeting a Thal general. A list of his fellow spies. Faked, of course.
We'll let the Khaled people decide that. And they can also decide the fate of his associates. Shan, I'm concerned about the Councillor. I believe he has pro-Thal sympathies.
Coordinator, that is nonsense. He's one of the main advocates for the use of gas weapons against the Thals.
You've discussed politics with him.
We've talked about the war, yes.
You've told him what we've been doing here at Scientific Division. He knows about our work.
No, sir. He's read my paper on the future of Scaro's biosphere.
You discussed that?
He asked about it. I answered some of his questions.
You were observed.
Sir, that conversation took place in my personal berth.
Indeed.
Councillor Valron and I had
Spare me the details.
Do I need to?
You must end this relationship with a Thal sympathizer.
Sir, Valron's entire family was wiped out by the first Thal shells.
Yet he survived. Do you not find that suspicious?
No. Sir, this is ridiculous. I'm returning to work. Do what you will.
I fully intend to, Shan.
I don't understand. Wait. Destroy those who threaten my survival. But I don't!
You do, Shan. You saw the future, but refused to embrace it.
There's another way.
Explain.
If some Khaleds can see what will happen if the war continues, there must be Thals who see the same.
They will want supremacy.
They will want survival.
And what would you want?
Look, if the fighting ended tomorrow, it would take centuries for Skaro to recover. You can smell it in the air now, all the time.
Ash.
It blows in from the battlefields. The Thals and the Khaleds stop fighting. Stop destroying Skaro as they try to destroy each other. They retreat to their respective homelands. They don't even need to talk to each other. Just rebuild their cities, turn the battlefields into fields, and grow crops again.
There is another word for what you want.
Yes. Peace. Peace, Davros. End the war that way. Not by becoming even worse monsters than we've already become.
I've heard enough.
Supremo!
Shan has a great mind, but it has become perverted. Any peace between the Khaleds and the Thals would only be temporary. After a year, or a century, or a millennium, the war would resume. Ultimately, there can be no peace.
Shan, you'll hang. Thank you, Davros, for exposing another traitor in our midst.
Indeed, Supremo.
Davros, we're scientists. I don't want to die. I can help you. Davros, I thought you loved me.
The traitors, both convicted for the murder of Councillor Calcula and military youth officer Fen, were hung until dead. Their bodies shall receive no honors. The father of the female is thrice-decorated war hero Colonel Cracor. The colonel was killed in battle this morning, before hearing of his daughter's disgrace.
Oh, Shan. I never understood politics, but you never understood survival. What is happening, Scientist Rahl?
Davros, where are you?
My laboratory, why?
You need to get out of there. A Thal warhead is approaching. We believe it may land in your vicinity.
I'm sure I shall be fine. After all, I'm 12 stories below ground. What can...
They say all sorts of things. They also say people who fall from great heights are dead before they hit the ground.
Should have run experiments to find out the truth.
Davros, it's over. There is more than this world. Do what I've done. Find peace.
Peace?
Aren't you at peace now, Counselor?
No, this isn't peace. This is so frustrating. All the things I achieved in my life. I've been dead a month and there's already hardly any of it left.
There's me.
Yes, my sweet, sweet boy. Don't allow yourself to be annihilated.
I'm not sure I have a choice. My life flashing before my eyes. Perhaps the old legends are true.
Strength, Davros. Strength of will.
Davros, it's your time.
I envy you. You will never grow old. You died before your heart filled with poison.
When Davros was found, you said he couldn't possibly live for long. They had to scrape him out of the rubble. Now you're saying he could outlive us all.
Khaled medical technology will sustain him for, well, at least as long as his natural life expectancy. He could very well become the first of our people for 10 generations to die of old age. But should we? Have we the right? Look at it. Him. Look at him.
I can hear you.
Davros, the sedatives weren't supposed to...
Scientist Rahl, you are talking to the elite. They are here.
Tell him what he has become. Tell him how to stop it. Tell him his duty.
There is a radio link to the council chamber.
And you are meeting to decide my fate. Tell me what has been decided.
None of us can do it. If Davros is to die, it must be by his own hand. Here. It's a projectile poison injector. It activates when you press this switch. It will be painless.
Thank you. You have been most generous.
I'll wait outside for an hour. Thank you, Davros, for all you have done.
Finally, it's over.
Davros, it is Rahl. It has been a week now.
You gave me the power of life and death. You cannot begin to understand how and why I would choose to use it. How small you appear to me now. When I emerged from that room, you all cringed and cowered. I felt true hatred from you all. You are not my people. You are alien to me, as alien as a Thal. I am now so much more than I had been. In a way, Shan was right. I feel a calmness that she might have called peace.
It will take you time to recover. You may require an extensive, well, rehabilitation period.
Look at me! How can I have a rehabilitation period? There is no rehabilitation. No chance of even a slight improvement in my condition. I live because of machines. Almost every type of life support the Khalid race has ever devised. The machines are regulating every chemical in my body. My communication with the outside world is now by way of camera and microphone. All I can do now is improve a little on their original designs.
Is there anything I can do for you, Davros?
Understand this! I have been given clarity. I see the world as it truly is, not filtered through the limits of flesh. I know that I will live only as long as my life support chariot continues to function. For the first time in my life, I understand what it is to live without fear. And I know now that for the sake of our people, I must always feel like this, never knowing any limits. I know it is time for me to fulfill my destiny. You were weakened. You were infirm. You were obsolete. You should have been exterminated. No! You are wrong. They thought I was no longer a man. They thought I was no longer a scientist. They thought I was no longer a Khalid. They were wrong! I would prove that far from being a weakened, damaged object that they could just cast out into the wastelands with the Mutos, the Vargas, and the other genetic detritus from the war, I would grow stronger. I would grow powerful. I would fight back. The mistake made by the Supreme by the Council of 12, by every citizen of the Khaled and Thal cities, was to underestimate what I had become, what I would achieve. They underestimated me. Their final and gravest mistake.
We have enhanced brain activity.
I cannot move.
His chariot has been recovered. So you're the infamous Davros?
Khaleds do not negotiate with terrorists.
Not at all, sir. In fact, I'm a great admirer of yours.
Talubech Khalid.
A male spy among us.
Your precious chief scientist.
Mother, is that you?
I killed him.
Exterminate. Federal control of all Khalid progeny. Men will become as gods. You were weakened. You were infirm. You were obsolete. You should have been exterminated. No! You are wrong. They thought I was no longer a man. They thought I was no longer a scientist. They thought I was no longer a Khalid. They were wrong! I would prove that far from being a weakened, damaged object that they could just cast out into the wastelands with the Mutos, the Vargas, and the other genetic detritus from the war, I would grow stronger. I would grow powerful. I would fight back. The mistake made by the Supremo, by the Council of 12, by every citizen of the Khaled and Thal cities was to underestimate what I had become, what I would achieve. They underestimated me. Their final and gravest mistake.
See to that bleeding along the intraventricular foramen, please. MG retractor. No. On second thought, make that a trocar. A number 5. Quickly. Good. Thank you. Damn it, it's not working. It's not responding to the probes, Davros. I'm losing him.
Calm yourself, Ral. You may need to stimulate the hippocampus before the impulse register. This is a very delicate operation.
Yes, I realize that, Davros, but it's also my first time.
And my 11th. The procedure is exactly the same, only the hands manipulating the instruments are different.
I know that, but
I trained you, Ral, in the laboratories and now in the hospital. Being taught by me proves that you are more than capable. Both your patient and I are counting on that expertise.
Of course, Davros. He's right. I can do this.
Now reset the monitor, increase the transducer's output to 50. Let us begin again.
Right. Transducer to 50.
I'm at the perimeter, just outside the Khaled Science Dome.
Copy that, Corporal. Dr. Hurdle is inquiring about the radiation levels.
Yes, one moment, Colonel. It looks like...
Yes, Corporal?
Sorry, sir. Readings are all over the place. It seems to be levelling off at around 600. Maybe that's 630. I should be fine. Doubled my dosage of anti-rad tablets this morning, just in case.
Good thinking. Oh, and were you able to mark a safe path through the minefield?
Affirmative.
Well done.
My compliments to the map makers.
Now proceed to the area indicated on the map. You'll find some atmospheric generation units there.
Yes, I think I can see them from here.
Good. Place the charges among the tanks, close to the base of the dome. If we're lucky, the heat from the explosions will ignite all that compressed selenium.
It should be quite a show.
Once you fix the bombs, contact me for the activation key codes.
Understood. I'm moving in now. Over and out.
Increasing output to 63 now. Come on.
Any response, Ral?
No, nothing, Davros. Not even a I see it, but I don't believe it.
What is it? What is happening?
He's reacting exactly as you predicted. The scanner is registering 0.173 above normal. We have enhanced brain activity.
Excellent. Another successful cerebral augmentation. Well done, Raul. Well done.
Thank you, Davros. If I may take a break.
Of course. We shall meet in 30 Rels to discuss today's work.
The explosives are primed and ready, Colonel Murish.
Good. Depress the following 4 keys in this sequence, Corporal. Red, amber, blue, and red again.
Red, amber, blue, and red. Armed, preparing to withdraw.
My sincerest apologies, Corporal. Your wife and child will, of course, be suitably recompensed.
What?
The Thal government appreciates your sacrifice.
No! No, just let me get the heck.
Ludella, what do we know?
Yes, he's just arriving now. Keep me posted. There's been a large explosion in the Science Dome, Supremo.
Science Dome? Our weapons malfunction?
We don't think so, sir. Station 23 is reporting extensive damage to the northwestern sector.
The medical center?
Ludella here. Yes, thank you.
What is it?
Mutos, sir. They're converging on the bomb site.
Already? Wretched scavengers. Dispatch a rescue squad.
Sir.
Oh, and make certain they're accompanied by military escort. Mutos can be rather unpredictable.
Of course.
And Ludella, if there are any Thals present, I want no prisoners. Understood?
No prisoners. Yes, sir.
Leave that equipment. You need food, clothing, and water. You've no use for a defibrillator in the wastelands. Check that locker over there for medical supplies. Quiet, listen.
Is someone there? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Please, help. I cannot move.
He's under here. You two, give me a hand. Let's get you righted.
I must have lost consciousness. I didn't.
Yes? You didn't what?
You are a Muto.
The name is Baron, and I'm afraid my friends and I don't care much for the name Muto, thank you very much.
My apologies, Baron.
Besides, you don't exactly fit the description of one of those so-called genetically pure Khaleds now, do you? I thought we were the only mutant band in this area.
Me? A Muto? No. I am scarred, not corrupted.
You're also lucky to be alive, thanks to us.
You were not responsible for the explosion.
Not really our style. The wall of rock just outside is stained red with the remains of the saboteur who did all this.
An audacious act of self-sacrifice.
Anyway, time will... Coming this way!
Baron, I cannot move!
Back to the wastelands! All of you now!
Leave these mutos out of the way!
Baron! Baron, come back, Baron!
Sir, there's one. Let it go. We have a more important objective.
Right, sir. Sorry, Colonel.
Please, do not shoot me.
Is this him?
Yes. That is Davros. I told you he'd survive.
Get him out of that thing.
However, he won't survive for long outside of his chariot.
Long enough, Raul. Get him out. Corporal, help him. Quickly! Take Davros to the land crawler. The Khaleds will be here soon.
Sir.
Oh.
because you, your science, your morals, they disgust me.
Enough! Let's go!
What's the latest?
I just got off the phone with the patrol, sir. No survivors.
The whole medical and scientific elite?
It looks as though they all perished in the explosion. Not every person's been accounted for, sir.
And Davros?
His chariot has been recovered.
No sign of a body?
No, sir.
Am I free of him at last?
It is possible he was kidnapped. A small group of Thals was seen withdrawing from the area.
Our greatest scientist now in the hands of the enemy.
Yes, sir.
Well, well, well. So you're the infamous Davros?
I see that my reputation precedes me, Colonel.
Mirage, we've spent years trying to get our hands on you. A lot of good soldiers have died trying. A lot of undercover agents have gone missing.
Not all, it seems.
I'm not a Thal, Davros. I'm as Khaled as you.
You are nothing like me, Ral. You have no conviction, no stomach for doing what must be done.
Let me explain something to you. You're going to help us. You're going to tell us everything you know about the new Khaled secret weapons. It doesn't matter if they're on the drawing pad or the launch pad.
And if I refuse?
For a genius, you're being awfully dim.
What if I tell you that my contributions to Khaled technology are now solely of a biological nature?
Germ warfare?
No. Cures for some of Scaro's most debilitating diseases. Cellular modification to allow us all to walk in the poisonous wastes and not fear genetic mutation. New techniques to combat our increasing infant death rate. Need I go on, Colonel?
You lie!
No! You just do not want to believe.
Some of it is true, Colonel.
I want to know about the weapons. Ral only knows about the science, not the end results.
I'll die before I can tell you anything. Ask Ral.
Is he that committed?
He means he'll die because we should have brought his chariot. It is his life support system. Detached from it, he's extremely vulnerable.
If you lose me, you lose everything. Think about that, Colonel.
Ral assured me that you would survive. Told my medical staff how to keep you alive.
Your staff know nothing of my unique condition. This sickening soup they're feeding into my system tastes foul. It may keep what's left of my life's blood flowing through my capillaries, but eventually you'll have nothing but a well-irrigated corpse on your hands.
What do you suggest I should do then? I've been charged with extracting information from you. It's what I do best.
And I'll remind you that I have none to give. The only secrets I possess are those that ensure a future on Scaro. There was a time not so very long ago when armaments were my forte, but I have moved on.
Then we'll start with those.
There's nothing I can tell you that you do not already know. It's ancient history. Scatterbombs, acid mortars, vibral mines. All of these I helped develop, and all of these can now be found in your own munition stores. Thanks to successful feats of foul espionage. This war will end someday, Colonel, and I would very much like to remain alive to help bring that day closer.
I think the Field Marshal would like to know about this.
Go to him. I will certainly be here when you return. Ral, wait. With me. Please.
I don't know.
Help me to understand why you have betrayed our people. Why you have betrayed me.
Is anyone receiving me? I'm inside the Khaled Dome. Do you copy, Control? Do you copy? Over.
Sergeant Barron, where are you? What's your position?
A disused storage facility of some kind. Dust-covered crates stacked high to the ceiling. Food by the looks of it. Ugh, it's gone off. The stink is...
Right. You know your mission. Discover whatever you can. If it crawls, flies, recoils, or explodes, we need to know about it. Understood?
Understood. Is the prisoner talking?
Not as such, but we have a backup plan. You can read all about it in tomorrow's newsfeed. We're counting on you, Baron.
Then I'll try not to disappoint Thal Command. Baron out.
Ludella, what's going on?
An intercepted signal, Supremo. Very faint.
From where?
Not sure. Triangulating.
There's a voice. Can you isolate it?
Trying, sir. It's coming from somewhere in... this sector.
The Plane of Swords. But that's radioactive wasteland.
Could be a temporary relay.
They're shrewd, those Thals. I'll give them that.
If you comply...
Comply with what? Come on, I must hear this.
Standard boosters and filters are of no use. I'm trying the ITR now.
This face, don't you? Your precious chief scientist.
Davros.
He is our prisoner. And as you can see, he's not doing very well in our care.
Patch this through to the council chamber at once.
Sir.
Now, while we obviously can't see or hear you, we trust that you are receiving this transmission. We will continue to repeat it for the next 18 hours. Hopefully Davros will last that long.
What the hell do they want?
We will return Davros to you if you comply with the following 3 simple demands.
Can you enhance the picture, Ludella?
Sorry, sir. That's as good as it gets.
1. You will immediately cease the development of all weapons.
Well, she calls that a simple demand.
2. You will provide us with all data pertaining to these weapons programs. And 3. You will release all Thal political prisoners currently in your custody. If you do not agree to all these demands, Davros' life will be forfeit. That is all.
Switch it off.
Command HQ. Yes, sir. He's right here. It's for you, sir. High Counselor Terrant.
Thank you. This is the Supremo. Wait one moment, Terrant. Ludella.
Sir?
Red alert status, Ludella. Get me the security commander.
It won't be long now, Davros.
Until what, Ral?
Until the Supremo contacts Colonel Murash and agrees to her demands.
It will never happen. Khaleds do not negotiate with terrorists. How did you survive the explosion? I imagine few others did.
I knew when it was coming.
They might have betrayed you. It is a common Thal practice.
They needed me to oversee your health. I'm sorry. They should have brought the chariot.
Sorry. Don't be pathetic. You have made a choice, Ral. Live with it and the consequences.
I want to see your work stopped. But you could achieve so much.
Spare me the Peace Corps rhetoric. I die, and hope for the future of Scarrow dies with me. In the end, all you will have done is wasted more lives and more time.
We shall see, Davros. We shall see.
Who are you, then?
Lieutenant Nida, sir.
Nida? I trust you and your team have been adequately briefed.
Yes, Supremo. We are to traverse the Deadlands, infiltrate the Thal city here, eliminate any opposition, and rescue the scientist known as Davros.
Precisely. You are aware that our knowledge of this particular facility is lacking, yes?
Of course, but...
But you and your team are ready for anything, yes?
Yes, sir.
Nida. Yes, I knew I recognized the name. You led the Akeli assassination last month, didn't you?
I'm sorry, Supremo, but I'm not at liberty to discuss that.
Oh, even with me? Very good, Lieutenant. You may go.
Sir?
Oh, Lieutenant.
Yes, Supremo.
Good luck.
Right, sir. Thank you, sir.
This is Patrol 7 checking in.
Anything to report, Corporal?
Nothing, ma'am. It's pretty spooky in here, though.
Well, they haven't restored the power yet, have they?
No, ma'am. That wall is still open to the outside, very dark and very cold.
Well, put on a brave face and stay warm, Corporal. Check with you again in a half.
Copy that. Over and out.
Hold it right there! Don't shoot!
Hands where I can see them, now!
Is this alright?
Who are you? Identify yourself.
The name's Baron.
Let's see your ident card. Hands.
I can't very well retrieve my card with both hands in the air now, can I?
All right. But no funny business.
No, sorry, I must have left it in my toolkit.
Tools? Are you one of the service techs?
Yes, that's it. I was fetching some fuses and I misplaced my torch.
Well, here, you can use...
Sorry about this. I'm sure you're a good man and all. It's just that I needed a uniform and you were in the wrong place at precisely the right time. Looks like I've been demoted.
Right, move in! Go, go, go! Expect company. There they are. Thals! 2 Thals dead. Take those weapons. The cells should be just beyond that intersection. 2 more Thals. Hand me those charges. Get back! This way, come on!
Sir, how certain are we that Davros is being held in that facility?
Certain enough, Ludella.
Most of the cells are empty. There's no sign. Look out! Get him clear! Quickly!
Nida, what's going on? Nida!
More Thals, Supremo. They got one of ours. We're moving on.
Time.
2347, sir.
Time that reflects both the progress of the mission.
Halt or Davros dies! I have given orders that if we fall, he is to die!
That voice, that was the woman who sent the transmission. Nida, I want that woman alive!
Sorry, Supremo, didn't hear that. All Thals opposition destroyed. No survivors. You two, check that door. They were guarding it. Clear! Move in!
I feel so powerless.
Stop right there! One false move and I burn a hole through his skull.
Don't be a fool.
Help me.
Hand him over, and I'll spare your life.
You think you're really in a position to negotiate?
You're outnumbered, and you're outgunned. There's only one way this is going to end.
Oh no, there is another.
What was that shot? Nida. What's going on? Nida!
We've achieved the mission objective, Supremo. We have Davros.
Oh, thank goodness.
Withdrawing from Thal Zone.
Ludella, order the medical team to proceed immediately to the crater's edge for rendezvous with the strike team.
Yes, sir.
Well done, Nida. Well done.
Wake up. Wake up. You fell asleep.
Where am I?
In the garden, silly. Would you like some more tea?
Mother, is that you? Is it really you?
Of course, Davros. Who did you think it is?
But you died.
Died? You're being awfully morbid today. Are you feeling all right? You're not running a fever.
I was dreaming. I was a prisoner in a Thal city.
Really? Sure you weren't thinking about that last episode of Captain Croag and the Highland Rangers? Now, he was taken prisoner in that one, wasn't he? Had to fight his way out with nothing but a rusty length of pipe.
Javel. No, it wasn't like that. I was hurt. I was being tortured.
Just like Captain Croag, see?
I suppose. I'll have that tea now, if you don't mind.
Here you are.
Thank you, Mother. It's delicious. I haven't tasted sweet tea like that since...
Since this morning? Breakfast? Or maybe I should take you inside and have Tashek call for a doctor.
You may be right, Mother. I'm so confused. It's as if... Am I hearing music?
Of course, my sweet. It's the Academy Band practicing for the parade next week. They're just over the rise.
I like this composition.
It is one of your favorites. Davros?
Davros? Davros? Can you hear me?
Mother,
No, not exactly.
Supremo. How interesting that your presence makes my subconscious conjure up my mother. I wonder why that is.
How do you feel?
Better than I did in the Thal interrogation room.
I'm glad to hear it.
I am lying down.
Yes. The technicians are still repairing your chariot. Until then, I'm afraid you're going to have to remain where you are.
And why am I restrained?
For your own safety. Since you've been hardwired to all this life support equipment for so long, the med techs were worried that any sudden movement might sever the connections.
I see.
And the psych techs.
Yes.
Not knowing the extent of your experiences in the Thal city, well, they were concerned about the state of your mind.
Understandable. It has been a long time since I felt clean linen against my skin. Or a pillow beneath my head.
Well, enjoy them while you can. The council wants you back to work as soon as possible.
Of course they do. Tell me, Supremo, the man who was responsible for my rescue.
That would be Lieutenant Nida.
I should like to speak with him. Arrange it. Please.
He's just outside.
You anticipate my every request, my every order. How well we work together, you and I.
Lieutenant, would you come in here, please? He's asking for you. Yes. I'll leave the two of you alone.
Thank you. You may leave us. That will be all, Supremo. Lieutenant Nida, is it?
Yes, Davros.
Come closer, please.
How are you feeling, sir?
I have been better. But as far as I can tell, the few remaining organic components within my shell are still functioning, so I suppose I shouldn't complain.
Sir?
I detect something in your voice. You find me repulsive, don't you?
Not at all, sir. In fact, I'm a great admirer of yours.
Really?
Yes, sir. Your work to preserve the Khaled race is commendable.
We are all doomed otherwise.
Inevitably.
So, you led the strike team that liberated me from the Thal City, yes?
Yes, Davros.
I thank you.
For just doing my job.
No, Nida. You went beyond the call of duty for me, and I appreciate that. I just wanted you to know I am in your debt.
Thank you, sir. That means a lot coming from you.
I am curious, Lieutenant. What became of my betrayer, Scientist Ral?
I killed him.
How?
A single shot to the head. Right here.
Good.
Is there anything more I can do for you?
Not tonight, but we will talk again. I could use someone with your skills on my team.
I'm not really the scientist type, Davros. I can handle any weapon and kill a man with my bare hands. But I lack the skill to accurately adjust a microscope's level of magnification.
Most men I know who wear a similar uniform don't even know the meaning of the word microscope. You may leave me now. I must rest.
Yes, Davros.
Sorry, pardon me.
Stop right there.
Sir?
Where are you going in such a hurry, Private?
It's Corporal, sir, and I'm heading to the mess. It's my mealtime.
What is your name?
Baron, sir.
I haven't seen you around here before, Corporal.
Recent transfer, sir, from the Kinyon Dome.
Well, Corporal, your dinner will have to wait.
Sir?
I'm assigning you to guard duty here.
No disrespect, sir, but on whose authority?
Mine, for the time being, but it will be cleared through security services shortly.
Very good, sir.
No one apart from members of the council may disturb the patient beyond this door. Do you understand me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'll see to it that some food tablets are sent along.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. That was close.
Davros, we are pleased that you have made such a swift recovery, and we welcome you into our House of Congress.
Thank you, Supremo. It is a great honor to be here before such an esteemed panel.
So, what can my fellow councillors and I do for you this morning?
Council of 12, Supremo. I have come before you to make a request, but before I do, I ask you to grant me a few moments to plead my case.
If there are no objections? Very well, Davros. You have the floor.
Thank you. Would you dim the lights, please? Thank you. Observe the projector. For the past few hundred years, our scientists have maintained an extensive database of information pertaining to the Khalid race. As you can see here, the data is highly detailed and covers everything from hair and eye color, to height and weight, to TC count. In analyzing this data, I have determined that we are undergoing many and varied changes linked directly to the devastating effects of our great war with the Thals.
One need only visit one of our institutions to see the evidence of those changes. Both the mad and the mutated.
Yes, Supremo. Childbirth has become one of our greatest gambles. And sadly, the odds are clearly no longer in our favor.
What do you propose? Have you developed some sort of miracle cure?
No. We are all too far gone for that now. Lights.
That's a rather pessimistic perspective, isn't it?
It's the truth. The Khalid gene pool is stagnant and in imminent danger of evaporating.
Then there is nothing we can do.
On the contrary, gentlemen. If we manage to survive this war, we are destined to become something altogether different from what we are today. The results of my experiments in accelerated evolution have been quite clear on this.
What? You mean 2 heads and yellow skin with polka dots? That sort of thing?
Possibly, yes.
You're serious?
We may not see it in our children or even our children's children. But sooner rather than later, the changes will become more extreme. If I were you, I would not scoff at the idea of two heads quite so readily, Supremo.
Release, damn it! I don't have time for this.
Finally. The inner sanctum. Davros's private office. Well, if I'm going to find any secret plans, I reckon this is a good place to start. Not much time. I have to act quickly. What's this? Calcula. Ah, the beloved mother. How sweet. Lovely smile there for a Khaled. He must have got his good looks from his father's side. The molecular degeneration was swift, and the results far exceeded my expectations. While the mutation perished shortly after stage 4, I was able to conduct a detailed analysis of a sample of the creature's remains, determining that several of the Khaled DNA strands were still intact. I don't believe it. Davros experimented on his own flesh and blood. On his own mother.
Can you save us, Davros?
There is a chance, but it will require the cooperation of each and every Khaled.
Tell us more.
In order to monitor and stabilize our genetic makeup, I will require access to our offspring.
Are you looking for volunteers?
No, Supremo. I am looking for federal control of all Khaled progeny. Only then can I guarantee that nothing will slip through our fingers.
What sort of control? Mandatory examinations on what sort of schedule? Monthly? Weekly?
No, that would not be acceptable. Imagine that a child suddenly develops immunity to a deadly type of radiation. An immunity that can potentially be isolated, copied, and even inoculated. But before that child is examined, he perishes in a Thal gas attack. That life-enhancing potential is lost. Forever.
So what do you suggest?
The children. All of the children must be housed within the scientific dome and declared property of the state.
There will be opposition.
Not if my request is made law by the governing body seated before me. It is wartime, councillors. The people will have no say in the matter. It wasn't all that long ago I was granted access to expectant mothers. Why should this be any different?
No.
What?
I said no.
But you must at least take a vote.
There's no need. A number of the councillors' wives are pregnant. As you said, there are no guarantees that their children will be healthy or normal or hell even alive. But if they are, if they breathe and think and respond to their parents' voices or touch, then it is theirs and theirs alone. I'm afraid your request is unacceptable. It is denied.
You are denying fact, Supremo. Councillors.
Well, why can't you simply continue your research on animals?
Because the creatures are too dissimilar to Khaled's. The results are meaningless. And trust me, the nearby cave system is crawling with many failed experiments. Please, councillors, give it your consideration. Please.
Very well. We shall think it over. But I wouldn't get your hopes up, Davros. This session is adjourned.
Incompetent, short short-sighted buffoons. Once upon a time I respected the Supremo. He was a strong military leader. He ran the Council of 12 with a rod of iron. Now he is a mewling kitten, concerned with personal responsibility and public disenfranchisement. He wallowed in the glory of his war, and although I never shared his bloodlust, I understood his fire.
Of course, if it were I sitting up there, your request would have been approved. No questions asked.
Is that so?
Yes, I know enough of your reputation to trust you, to do the right thing.
And what exactly is the right thing, Nida?
Doing whatever is necessary to preserve the purity of the Khaled race.
Perhaps someday you will achieve that level of authority.
I'm just a lieutenant in security services, Davros.
Ah, but who knows what tomorrow may bring, Nida? Who knows?
Anything to report?
Yes, sir. Patrol 7. Corporal by the name of Castan.
Yes?
He was assigned to the damaged medical center.
What about him?
Well, sir, he didn't check in, so I dispatched a squad to investigate. They found him, sir. Dead. Neck broken.
Horrible.
Yes, sir, but there's more to it. Castan was out of uniform, sir.
What are you implying?
I think it likely that someone's wearing his clothes.
Mutos?
Possibly.
Yes. Well, there's nothing we can do for him now, is there? Double the patrol in that area and put me in touch with his next of kin. This is the part of the job I hate.
Enter.
Davros, sorry to disturb you.
Nida, do come in. And don't worry, you are not disturbing me. Can I offer you something to eat or drink? While I do not require nourishment, thanks to my support system, I do sometimes like to indulge.
No, thank you. I came to inform you
Have you read this, Nida?
I've no time for books.
Take it.
Well, surely this was banned ages ago.
Yes, it was. A book from the past containing arcane knowledge that could somehow be used to influence the future. Or so they thought.
I understood they were all burned in the Purge. May I ask how you happened upon a copy of it?
This one has been in my family for several generations. I used to read it as a child. The stories are amusing.
Yes?
I was just perusing the chapter on the ascent of man.
Ascent?
The scribe's belief was that evolution was essential for us to rise above petty things like class and war. At the conclusion of the Book of Predictions, it states, and I quote, Talubech Khalid Uchrikta Dalek.
I don't understand.
No reason you should. It is in the extinct tongue of the Dal. Roughly translated, it means, and on that day, men will become as gods.
I see.
Do you? The Khalid race is changing, Nida. We are becoming something else. The living, breathing results of my own experiments reflect these changes.
And are these creatures therefore like gods?
I believe they are several steps closer than we are, certainly.
Thanks to you.
Yes, thanks to me. Now, what brings you to my office at this hour?
Security Services has received information implying there may be a male spy among us.
A Thal? Within the dome?
Yes.
Fascinating. Such courage. What do they propose to do about it?
The intruder will be found and punished. I'm certain of that. However...
Yes?
I should like to know if you would like access to the individual for your, experimentation.
Inform the security commander that if this individual is apprehended, I should like to meet with him. Only then will I make a decision.
It shall be arranged.
Excellent. Good night, Nida, and pleasant dreams. Uthrik Dalek.
Fellow councillors, yesterday Davros, who sits before us now, entered this hallowed hall to present a case for our future. And while his facts are, sadly, indisputable, his request for unrestricted access to the Khaled children is, in our opinion, unrealistic and altogether offensive.
Supremo, allow
You
me
will
to...
have your chance to rebut, Davros. We know that the infant death rate within the domes has increased dramatically over the past few decades. Davros himself has been called on several times to attempt to save some of the more extreme cases, and he has had the sad duty of watching many of those innocent souls fade from life before his very eyes. Our future is uncertain. One lucky strike from a Thal battery could spell doom for us all, but for centuries now, our forefathers have had to contend with that possibility without resorting to anything like the extremes that Davros has proposed. Davros, you have done great good for the benefit of all Khaleds, and I am sure that your work will continue along those lines. But your request for unrestricted access to our offspring is unanimously and officially denied. You may have the floor.
Members of the Council of 12. Tradition would have me begin by thanking the Supremo, but today I cannot bring myself to do that. As you said, Supremo, I have selflessly given of myself to help the Khaled race for a very, very long time. My actions have been solely to guarantee our survival and our evolution into something better than the Thals and better than what we are today. My request was a simple one. One that should have required no debate. But apparently outdated concepts of morality have once again tainted the thought processes of the politicians. It is clear to me that your antediluvian perspectives have clouded your minds. An undeniable scientific fact has been overshadowed by superstition.
We don't appreciate your tone, Davros.
And I don't appreciate your ignorance. Once you were strong, once you led this council, the military, the entire Khaled people. Now you are a foolish old woman.
How dare you!
You have forced my hand, and you leave me with no choice.
Security!
Stay where you are! One press of this button, and our world changes forever.
Are you talking about a bomb?
No, Supremo. Many bombs. Tiny bombs. Bombs that are right now scattered throughout all of your bloodstreams. Your prescribed anti-radiation tablets.
Which you engineered?
Yes. Under normal circumstances, these minute charges are absorbed into the system, rendering them harmless. But if I depress this button, the device will transmit a localized radio signal. A signal the charges are particularly sensitive to. They will detonate within you, resulting in widespread and undeniably lethal arterial aneurysms.
This is extortion, Davros. You'll never get away with it. Neither!
Yes, Davros.
Even you, neither.
Order the guards to evacuate the hall.
You heard, Davros. You are all relieved.
I suggest you accompany them as well, Nida.
Yes, Davros.
I have taken the liberty of promoting Nida to security commander. I believe he will do a remarkable job. Don't you agree, councillors? The soldiers both respect and fear him.
Traitorous scum. The pair of you.
No, not me, Supremo. I am unwaveringly loyal to our race, but you, all of you, lack perspective. You have grown effete in a time when strength is essential for our survival. You are therefore relieved of your duties. You have been exterminated. Exterminate! Exterminate!
This isn't over, Davros.
Della.
Nida, what are you doing here?
I'm afraid I bring terrible news. There has been an accident. The councillors are dead.
Which councillors?
All 12 of them, I'm afraid. Terrible business. It seems there was a...
What? What happened?
There was a fault in the heat exchanger, and the Hall of Congress was flooded with unfiltered tauroxin. There are no survivors.
Tauroxin? But that's... Was the Supremo...
Yes, most tragic.
Well, what do you need me to do?
Davros will be arriving shortly to issue a public statement. As the highest-ranking civilian in the Dome, he will be assuming command until a duly elected governing body is restored. Until then, and by his orders, I am the new security commander, and you are to answer directly to me.
Attention! Your attention, please. This is Chief Scientist Davros. I come to you now in this transitory moment of grief to assure you that the future of the Khaled people is secure. Though the old council has fallen, a new governing body will soon rise. Until that time, I shall be working closely with security services to ensure that life within the Dome goes on and even improves. To that end, I am announcing a new mandatory child protection program to be implemented immediately. All children under the age of 5 are to be delivered to pediatric facility K99. Under this program, we will be providing the greatest care to help ensure the future of the Khaled race. Our children will be our tomorrow, and they must be cared for and protected. Trust your government to provide that protection. Final announcements will be forthcoming. I thank you and bid you good night.
What is this piece of music, Davros?
An old Khaled victory march, Nida, from my personal collection. I was once acquainted with the composer's daughter.
I've never heard it before.
I'm not surprised. It was often played at sporting events and parades. Well before your time, I think. I am reminded of family picnics on the hillock near Vestarian Square as the military youth marching band expertly performed this piece. Oh, how proud we all were back then, waving our little flags, saluting at the soldiers as they marched past and off to war. My sister appreciated it more than I.
Reminiscing, Davros?
No, Nida. There is no point dwelling on what has happened. That was the past. Idyllic memories now relegated to legend. I'm an old man, but something inside tells me that my life is truly about to begin. That something so great and so important lies just on the horizon. I find myself both excited and terrified.
I'm pleased I'm going to be with you for it.
That is our world out there, beyond the dome of blast-proof glass, a chemical soup for a sky above, and a scarred, radioactive wasteland below. It is purgatory, but we must make it paradise. Davros.
Identity accepted. Please state your password.
Calcula.
Password accepted. Access granted.
Hello. Hello, my children. How are you all tonight? Good. Good. Little Munon, you're looking well. It can't be easy adapting to water breathing, and I suspect the gills are still quite tender, but you're doing so well. Ah, Festus, I see you are much better after the surgery. You've noticed this satchel, have you? What has your provider, your father, brought for you tonight? Here you go. Couple of fresh twitch rats liberated from the morgue. Good, that's it, that's it. You need to grow big and strong. Oh, I'm so very proud of you all, my sweet, sweet children. Now rest. Tomorrow will be a brighter day for us all. Good night, and sleep well. Sleep well. Once the remaining benches have been removed, the decanting equipment can be brought in and assembled over there. Ida, I knew I could find a better use for the council chamber. It will be our main laboratory.
Let me through! I must speak with him!
Davros, I would...
Wait! It is Technical Operative Ludella, isn't it? You worked for the Supremo. What can I do for you?
My son, Kento. I want him returned.
Returned? What do you mean?
Some soldiers made off with our boy this morning. They punched my husband in the face, broke his nose in 3 places.
Nida, can this be true?
He has been treated for the injury.
That doesn't matter, Commander. We object to this new law and we want our little Kento back.
Your boy is receiving the greatest care imaginable, Ludella. He is in very good hands.
That's his maybe, but he's not in our hands.
Young lady, once the screening process is completed, once young Kento has been inoculated with customized medicines designed to prolong and improve his life, he will eventually be returned to you, healthier and undoubtedly much, much happier.
Can you guarantee that, Davros? I would like to see him.
That is not possible.
Then make it possible! Please, this is my child we're talking about.
Very well. In light of your years of loyal and excellent service to our poor dead Supremo. Nida?
Yes, Davros?
Please see that Ludella is introduced to our nursery.
At once.
Thank you, Davros.
You should know that your boy is, in his own small way, helping to assure a Khaled future. You should be very proud of him.
Trust me, I am.
This way, Tech Op.
I'm sorry if I caused you any trouble, Commander. I hope you understand my concern.
It's no trouble at all. Corporal Baran?
Yes, sir.
I would like you to escort Tech Op Ludella to the nursery. She would like to see her son.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm not sure I know the way.
Then use your initiative and find out.
Of course, Commander.
Oh, Corporal.
Yes, sir?
This woman must not be allowed to enter that facility. Do you understand?
Yes, I think so, sir.
I hope so.
Are you coming, Corporal?
Yes, sorry.
Have you dealt with our problem, Nida?
Yes, Davros.
And what of our elusive spy?
A few leads, but nothing firm, though I have a strange feeling we are close to apprehending him. Very close.
I guess this is it then.
Well, are we going inside?
Sorry about this.
Oh.
Where's a broom cupboard when you need one? Oh, well.
This is a restricted area. Please state your name.
Caston, Corporal.
You are not authorized to enter.
Oh, damn. It's never that easy, is it? Right.
This is a restricted area. Please state your name.
Supremo.
You are not authorized
device, you can't beat good old-fashioned Thal spyware. Now, password. Davros, big ego, power complex, screwed up in the head. It's either personal or Oedipal. Let's try...
Password accepted. Access granted.
Oh, Davros, years of studying you in preparation for today, not gone to waste. Oh my God. What are you? What is Davros doing in here? 1, 2, 4, 8, 10. 10 tiny victims of his gruesome experiments.
Get off me!
What? Shoot it, Ryder! Shoot it!
It's on me! Help! Don't shoot! My gun! Dead! Why, Ryder?
It was going to kill me.
There must have been a behavioral regression. He should not have lashed out at you like that.
My fault. I was trying to protect the corporal.
And thank you for that. Baron, surprised to see me, old friend?
You know this man, Davros?
Of course he knows me, Nyder. I recently saved his life.
No. No, Nyder. I have never seen this man before today.
You're lying. He's lying. I pulled you from the debris.
A vivid imagination.
What?
How did you gain access to this facility, Baran?
A little unwitting assistance from our mutual friend, actually.
Davros, I am an idiot.
Ingenious little device, don't you think?
Yes, it is indeed, Baron. Thal design, I believe.
They call it a vocalization synthesizer.
It seems you have found your spy, Nyder. Arrest him.
I was a fool to trust you, wasn't I, Baron?
You were. And you are, yes.
I take it you are Thal.
Oh, I can see why my people tremble at your enormous intellect.
So what are you going to do with me?
Take him to the new laboratory, Nyder.
Ah, so what shall it be then? Plastistil slivers under the fingernails, electrodes to the temples.
Incapacitate him and prepare the room for surgery.
Surgery?
I shall be there momentarily.
Killing me will accomplish nothing, Davros. I told my superiors everything. In the end, the Thals will be victorious. You hear me?
Davros, I have found the Teko, Ludella, unconscious outside. What should I do with her?
Bring her in here. The children of Davros are hungry. Who knows? If she awakens to realize how much her son will be pleased to see his mother, she may have a change of heart. Attend to that bleeding along the intraventricular foramen. Number 5 trocar, please. There. All we need do now is use the transducer to stimulate the hippocampus, or at least what I hope is the hippocampus.
Hope? You're not certain?
I have only performed this particular surgery on Khaled brains, Nyder. A Thal brain is something altogether different.
So what happens next?
If the neural augmentation is successful, we will then transplant the irradiated brain into my new travel machine prototype. Assuming there is no rejection of the synthetic components, by this time tomorrow, Nyder, you and I may catch our first glimpse of destiny. Good morning, Nida. I trust you slept well, ready for today.
I never sleep well, not if I wish to survive the night. Will it be much longer, Davros?
Patience, Nida. Patience.
What is that?
A first pass at a life support unit for our future. Modeled upon my own chair, it is experimental. I'm calling this the Mark I.
Is there anything I can do?
Why, yes, there is. When I give the word, turn that dial until I say stop. The control array has been grafted directly onto the mutant. Assuming that all goes according to plan, we should have a notable response within moments of activation.
What sort of response are we waiting for?
It could be little more than a simple reflex action, or possibly...
Something more?
It is possible, yes. Holster that weapon, Nida.
Well, that thing could be dangerous.
No, impossible. All aggressive impulses have been suppressed.
Oh, that's what you said about that creature in the nursery yesterday.
That mistake will not happen again. Connecting the power conduit. Ready with that dial?
Yes.
Power on. Power distribution at 92%. That will need to be improved. Stimulating the life support matrix. Now. Feed tubes are operating normally. Excellent. All right, Nida. Turn the dial to precisely 63.
63, right.
Slowly, slowly. No need to...
It
rush.
moved.
What?
Well, that bit there twitched ever so slightly.
The optical stalk. Like a newborn wincing as it catches its first glimpse of unfiltered daylight beyond the womb.
Well, there it goes again.
Yes. Yes, it's looking around, getting its bearings.
Is that thing really its eye?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Looks like it's found you.
The first humanoid face it has seen. Hello. Can you see me? I am Davros. I am your creator.
It's trying to speak.
Davros, come along, you can do it. Davros. Yes, that's right. That's it exactly. I am.
Here's to the future.
Yes, Nida. The future. I am alive. Remember the first time we met on Skaro, all those centuries ago?
Yes. What is this, Davros? What about the clone? You know, the reason you brought me here?
Would I release the virus?
Virus?
Your hypothetical virus. The one that would destroy everything. The one that would set me up above the gods.
What have you done?
I was alone. And I needed to create. So, I created the virus. And we became God. Then, as the years of solitude continued, we had to decide where my new home, my kingdom should be. Where could I release my virus? Where could I truly become God? And then we remembered you once more. You who destroyed our world, and so I destroyed yours. Not Gallifrey, Doctor. Despite what you say, that isn't your destiny. It isn't where you belong.
Earth.
Indeed, Doctor. Because because of you. I released the virus here, on Earth. A virus that caused human beings to change, mutate. A virus that left them begging for someone to save them. And so I did. We gave them life.
In the 1975 Doctor Who story Genesis of the Daleks, the Doctor and his companions visited the alien world of Skaro. There they found themselves caught up in a centuries-old war between the planet's two factions, the Khalids and the Thals. In a final attempt to end the war, the Khalid scientific elite had created what they saw as the perfect weapon. The head of the project was a crippled immoral scientist known as Davros. The name he gave to the weapon was Dalek. Davros was played by the late Michael Wisher, and his son Andrew remembers how much he enjoyed the role.
He was very proud of playing Davros. He enjoyed such a meaty role, the whole agendas and the moral of that particular story about power and absolute power and corruption and absolute corruption. He loved the interplay between his character Davros and Tom Baker's Doctor Who. And I think he loved the challenge of acting through a mask, both being in a mask and just rooted within a wheelchair, effectively. So his only tools were his voice, his upper body physicality, and the famous Davros hand physicality, yeah. And he found that an incredible challenge. Loved the fact that the script was very tight and really sort of keyed into the issues involved. Yes, I think he thoroughly enjoyed playing that part.
In 1979's Destiny of the Daleks, Michael was unable to return as Davros. David Goodison, who recently starred in Big Finish's Sarah Jane Smith series, took on the role.
I remember just being phoned by my agent, actually, and who literally said, the BBC, Doctor Who, and you thought, oh, that's good, interested. Davros, this character, I wasn't very familiar with Doctor Who particularly. I mean, I didn't know really who Davros was. And they said, is this character, he's sort of heavy, but he has his face in a mask and his voice is being treated. And that was it, because I never auditioned for the part. It is one of these jobs that literally arrives via your agent and you don't really know how it arrives. There was a sort of different slant on it, because I think with Tom Baker, giving him jelly babies and things like this, there was a slightly evident element of kind of reducing him, okay, he is the evil genius, but he's also, vulnerable to Tom Baker's wit and so on. So there was that sort of new slant on it, I think.
4 years later, Davros returned in Resurrection of the Daleks, and again, the part was recast.
I started from the point of, because I've been working with Matthew Robinson on a series at TVS, so Matthew knew I was capable of doing impersonations. He rang me up when apparently Michael wasn't available for Resurrection, and said, "Do you know the Daleks?" I said, "Yeah, I know the Daleks." He said, "Do you know Davros?" I said, "Vaguely, because my doctor was Pat Troughton." He said, "Well, come down and have a look at the tapes, and he said, "Well, that's Davros. Do you think you can not copy that, but take that as the base starting point?" I said, "Yeah, well, I'll get as close to that as I can, and we'll go from there, And so yes, I looked at Michael's. I didn't look at Dave so much because he didn't think that was relevant to what we were trying to create in Resurrection. So I took that really in terms of the delivery of voice that he used, and obviously the way in which he moved as well. And so we took that as the starting point, and hopefully began to develop it more as we did the other stories with the other Doctors.
Terry Malloy would return as Davros twice more before the original television series ended in 1989. In 1999, Big Finish Productions was granted a license to produce original Doctor Who audio plays, and their seventh release, The Genocide Machine, saw the long-awaited return of the Daleks. Davros, however, wouldn't return until 2003. Producer Gary Russell explains why.
I'd always said we wouldn't do Davros and the Daleks together, but I'd never actually ruled out the idea of doing Davros on his own. I just never actually sort of talked much about it. But it was an idea I'd had for a long time. And I also knew I wanted it to be with Colin, because I thought the dynamic between a character like Davros and the Sixth Doctor would be quite interesting.
What are you doing here, Doctor?
Helping to make a better world, Davros, just like that nice advert said. This new Alpha Matrix is coming along nicely.
You want to see me destroyed?
I don't want you to destroy all other life in the galaxy. There is a distinction. And there's something of a precedent for suspecting that's what you're up to.
I am alone, Doctor. The last of my race.
Only because you were instrumental in their extermination.
Indeed. Doctor, do you know who is the nearest thing that I have to a friend?
Nope.
You.
Me?
Colin Baker and Terry Malloy would then be reunited in 2004's The Juggernauts.
There really isn't very much left of you, is there?
Wrong, Doctor. My mind is still my own.
But for how long? Fate has cast its dice for you, and the dots are in the shape of little Daleks.
No, I am not a Dalek!
You can believe whatever you like, but you grow more and more like your creations with each passing day.
And yet nature had little to do with my evolution. I point the finger of blame at you for that.
Me? What have I done? I wasn't on Skaro when you were first toying with the Dalek idea, and I certainly wasn't there when you fell victim to the accident that left you crippled. You're simply unwilling to accept responsibility for your own horrific degeneration, which conveniently leads us to the here and now.
And then in 2005, it was the turn of Paul McGann's Doctor to meet Davros in Terra Firma.
Doctor, we need you to find him.
Well, that shouldn't be too difficult.
I would not be so sure. He can be very elusive.
Have you looked down the back of the settee?
Do not mock us, Doctor.
Well, where did you last see him?
In the darkness. Oh, Doctor.
Yes?
What is happening to me?
Do you know who you are?
Sometimes we are me, and sometimes I am me.
You're scared, aren't you?
Daleks fear nothing. I am losing myself. Finally, I am losing Davros.
And that could have been the last we heard of Davros. But in 2006, Big Finish announced a new miniseries.
I Davros came about because I can't remember exactly whose idea it was to do it. I think it was mine. It might possibly have been Jason's, but he and I were knocking ideas back and forth about good things to do as supporting series. And we thought, Nick's kind of cornered the market with Daleks and Cybermen, and I brought Gallifrey to an end, but I wanted to do something else. And I think just in talking about it, and I said, one person I really love working with is Terry Malloy. Why don't we do some kind of Davros miniseries? And immediately we both knew the only way to do it successfully was to do his life story rather than something set, around the time of the stories he'd been in for Doctor Who. And I took I Claudius very much as my template for it, because I thought, yes, it'd be interesting to do something a bit like I'd done with Gallifrey, which was about characters rather than bangs and flashes and spaceships and ray guns. And so that's where it came from, really. It was just that kind of discussion, and I thought it was an interesting character and it would be a journey we could go on. We knew how it was going to end, because it had to end effectively, with Genesis of the Daleks leading almost into that. So it was just a journey about how you got there and who the characters were that shaped Davros and made him the person he was.
Because I'd been talking to Gary about, the fact that he'd obviously come from somewhere, and we'd never ever seen that on television. All we'd seen was the monster. And how did he get to that point? We sampled a bit of that in Davros, and now within, these 4 episodes, we'll be seeing the full transition from young lad, right up to the beginning of Genesis of the Daleks, and that's great, because it's going to be a kind of definitive canon of who Davros is, where he came from, and how he got to where he got to.
Alan Barnes and I sat down and we threw a few ideas around. Alan kind of dropped out of the project quite early on because he had to do the Paul McGann season with Nick Briggs, so I was left to do most of my Davros by myself. But Alan certainly shaped the season quite a lot with me at the beginning. We gave the writers a very detailed document. Didn't say, I want this story to be about Davros going into the wastelands and ending up in the Thal Dome. There was quite a lot of detail on story 1 about setting the whole thing up. The family, the relationship between Davros and his mum, Davros and his sister, Davros and his father.
Writer Gary Hopkins.
I suppose the best way to describe it is our version of I, Claudius, since that was the very obvious inspiration for this. That, in fact, when...
Yeah, really.
I also attend.
He escaped. His operations on Necros have been destroyed, but the Daleks got to him first. He's aboard their ship now. They'll take him to Skaro. I know they will. I'm setting a pursuit course. Yes, they're heading for Skaro. They're not trying to disguise it, and they're in a hurry. Permission to pursue.
Hyperlink communication delay at this distance from mission control. 10 seconds. Focus hyperlink communication now incoming.
New Davius, calling Loreen. Loreen. This is Alidon. Heavy distortion of your message, but we hear you. Hope you're hearing this. Further orders to follow, but the word is... you must continue your pursuit of Davros. Repeat, continue your pursuit of Davros.
The Davros Mission by Nicholas Briggs, starring Terry Malloy as Davros and Miranda Raisin as Loreen.
Robotic hand attached. Ingenious. I am proud to see that you have... Move! Move! Where are you taking me? Take me to the command deck. I insist on speaking to your leader. Silence! I will go no further. Move! Who am I? Silence! Conversation with the prisoner is not permitted! Prisoner? Who am I? Are you afraid to answer that question? Daleks fear nothing. Do you fear your creator? You are Davros, you are our creator, but you have betrayed us. You are to be taken to Skaro for trial. So you said, but look at me! You know me, don't you? No further questions, Mo! I am at the very heart of you. You cannot turn against me. You must know that. If you do not move, we will override the motive power of your life support unit! Come, my children. Take me to the command deck. The prisoner must be taken to his detention cell immediately. Override motive power of his life support unit. Do not dare to touch me. I am your creator. I order you. No. You must stop this. Disengage immediately. Stop. Obey me. Obey me.
Was that him? The one making all the noise?
Must have been. Ugly beggar, wasn't he?
Well, if he really is their creator, he's hardly going to turn out to be a supermodel, is he?
Nah, suppose not. You think they're going to kid him?
Yeah, reckon.
Seems a bit ungrateful. If he, created them and that.
Yeah, well, that's Daleks for you, innit?
Yeah, suppose.
Talking of which, we got some more fuel tank sucking to do after all that retro firing on that planet.
Oh yeah, suppose we do.
Come on.
encoded hyperlink communication from Mission Control.
Let's hear it.
Hyperlink comms delay at this distance now 25 seconds and increasing. 3 seconds remaining.
Very well.
Loreen, it's Alidon. If you're proceeding to plan, you should be in pursuit of the Dalek ship that captured Davros from the planet Necros. You should be running in stealth mode, and if our intel is up to date, our stealth technology is still good for keeping you hidden from all forms of Dalek scanning. If I'm wrong, you'll already be dead.
You always were so cheerful, Alidon.
Solar days in stealth mode before your ship runs out of power and you're detectable.
I know.
So we've made our final decision. And well, I don't think this is going to surprise you. You are to close with the Dalek ship and limpet link to its hull. You'll activate your stealth suit and get aboard. We calculate that you should have approximately 3 solar days to carry out your mission. You have your mission options we gave you. The decisions are yours now. Just record, code, and transmit your mission log whenever you can. At this distance, it's unlikely we'll be able to send you any help if you should need it. But at least, well, if you do get into difficulties,
You can learn from my mistakes after I'm dead and tell the next operative you send. You're so rubbish at this, Alidon.
So, good luck to you, Loreen. I send to you the goodwill and support of the whole Thal nation. And remember, what you do is not just for them, but for the whole of civilization itself. Goodbye.
Hyperlink comms end.
Inspiring. The whole of civilization itself. No pressure, then.
I cannot be imprisoned. Come back! Do not turn away from me! Fools. I can hardly believe you could be so misguided. And not to recognize the Doctor. You let him slip from your grasp, your arch-enemy, the one who has defeated you time and again. But you will hear my wisdom, and you will realize the error of your ways. At this trial I will speak, and then I will rise again to take my rightful place as the supreme ruler of the Daleks! I am Davros! I am your creator! He is delusional. Should we sedate him? No. The Supreme Dalek orders that he should be kept conscious to contemplate his crimes. Understood. You will now install the nutrition tank. I obey.
Oh, God, this is rough work, isn't it?
Yeah. I do. Someone's got to do it.
Yeah. And since they'll exterminate us if we don't, I guess that someone is us. Yeah, look, you missed a bit.
Thanks. Evil stuff, innit?
Yeah, but strangely tasty.
Yeah, it's true. Come on, let's go get it cleaned up.
Look at that.
What?
Out in the view, Paul.
Oh, yeah. Looks like a little pod or something.
Yeah. How come the alarms haven't gone off then?
Good point.
I mean, usually by the time any ship's even just a little dot in the distance, Just like screaming and shouting and all that.
And all that, yeah. They'd open fire at a comet if it looked a bit suspect, wouldn't they?
Yeah, well, they did, didn't they?
Eh?
Couple of months back.
Aye.
That's the Daleks for you, innit? Very highly strung.
So, how come they haven't noticed that?
I was just thinking.
Well,
do we actually care? Now, come on, let's get cleaned up.
How was that rash in the back of your leg?
Oh, you know, no better really.
No. Oh, that's terrible, that is.
Oh, no. The thing is, right, when you do what we do for a living, you've got to expect things like rashes and stuff.
Limpet link to hull of Dalek ship complete.
Good. Now let's just wait to see if they picked up the vibration. Nothing so far. Right. Activating stealth suit. Switch to simulated Dalek scan mode.
Switching to simulated Dalek scan mode.
Can you see me, computer?
You are invisible to simulated Dalek scan mode.
Let's just hope they haven't upgraded their technology since our scientists developed this. Or I'm dead. Prepare the airlock, computer.
Uh-oh.
What are you doing?
Nothing much. Why? We're up to date with our fuel pipe cleaning, and we're...
Silence! You are required! Follow me!
Oh, blimey.
Mission log recording. 3 days of my pod stealth mode power left. Have gained access to Dalek ship through chemical fuel vents. Since Dalek ships only use their chemical fuel engines for planetary descent and blast off, I shouldn't be in any danger. Shouldn't. I'm just hoping this fuel residue isn't going to eat into my suit. Smells like it's going to eat into my lungs, though.
To what honor do I owe this uninvited interruption? This nutrition tank will be attached to you. What are these creatures?
I'm Gus, and he's Rash. Pleased to meet you.
Silence! They are slaves. They obey Dalek commands without question.
That's right, we do.
Silence!
Oh, yeah, sorry.
They are inferior. Daleks have no need of the inferior, even as slaves.
Oh, that's nice.
Silence!
Look, is he a Dalek?
No.
Oh, well. We don't have to obey you then, do we?
Silence!
Okay. But I just want to make it clear that it's his silence we're obeying and not your
Connect
silence.
the nutrition tank to the prisoner's life support unit immediately! I do not need your nutrition. My life support unit is the order of the Supreme Dalek. You will obey?
Yeah, do yourself a favour, Davro, old fella. Don't make a fuss.
My name is Davros!
Yeah, Davros, Guz. No, I told you. Get it right.
Oh, sorry, no offence, mate. Now, where do we plug this in? Here or here?
Does it matter?
Probably not.
Cease talking!
Sorry. Just to work something out here. Don't want to mess it up, do we? Can't have you lot getting all upset now.
No.
There is only one compatible connection point!
Eh?
Oh, he's right. Sorry, you're right. Sorry about that, yeah. I can see it now. We should have known, of course. Very clever, your average Dalek. Very clever indeed. Should have known if he does it, Paul. Sorry, as you were.
Is that alright for you?
I have never seen Gralians?
Gralians. They have a mollusk-like quality to them. Humanoid in part, but mostly mollusk.
They are an efficient way of maintaining chemical fuel engine function.
Fascinating.
Oh yeah, fascinating.
Explain.
Unrefined chemical fuel produces superior thrust capacity, but its residue causes corrosion. The Gralians feed on the viscous chemical residue.
Indeed. Why?
It is similar to the main food source on their home planet.
Similar.
Similar, yeah.
But poisonous?
Silence!
Why then do they consume this poisonous residue?
Oh, never mind.
Speak!
Oh, it's speak now, is it? Make your mind up.
Speak!
We don't have a choice. We need it.
Ah, I see. A chemical compulsion.
Correct.
Ingenious. I am proud of you.
Thought was actually going to say thank you then.
I must now leave.
One moment, please.
The nutrition tank is attached to your life support unit. My task here is complete.
Do you fear me? Is that why you use these inferior beings to make the connection?
My orders?
I'm not asking you about your orders. I am asking you if you fear the one responsible for your birth. It's a simple enough question. And I know that you possess a vast intelligence. Why are you not able to answer me?
There must be no questions.
Come closer. That's better. Now, tell me, who am I?
I've never seen a Dalek so blooming jumpy. What's going on?
You are Davros?
And what am I?
You are the creator of the Daleks?
Yes, I am your creator. Your creator. Everything that you are comes from me. I know your every thought, your every... What? What are you doing? No, stop! Stop this now! Withdraw your manipulator probe! Remove it from my face!
My orders are not to listen to Davros. Davros has betrayed the Daleks. Davros will stand trial. He must be exterminated.
Right. Out of the fuel lines. Oh, I thought I was going to suffocate in there. I'm going to run a quick suit diagnostic before I go any further. I'm worried about the effect of the chemical fuel residue.
Hello?
Right. You can see me.
Yeah?
Well, why not, I suppose? You're not Daleks, after all.
Oh, well done, yeah. You some kind of special agent, then?
Why do you ask?
Well, with observation skills like that, you're gonna go far, love.
Ah. Right. Yeah, that's very funny.
Here, wait a minute. You've been in the fuel lines, haven't you?
How you got in?
Yeah, of course that's how she got in. That's why she's covered in... Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we should, you know...
Oh, yeah. I definitely think, you know...
Hey, what are you doing? Look, just keep back, will you? Just... Stop that! Get off me!
Sorry, love, no choice. That's our job, suck up the residue. And we...
Oh!
Sorry, love it.
And anyway...
Oh, anyway what?
This stuff is highly corrosive.
Oh, well, I did wonder. Do you mind?
Sorry, but it's all for the good.
What is this suit anyway? Looks a bit special.
Who are you, creatures?
Ha! Creatures?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice, that is. We're creatures now. You hear that, Raz?
That's it. All gone. You should be thanking us, lady.
Well, thank you then.
So, you here to kill Davros, then?
Why do you ask?
Well, you're here, and so's Stavros. No one likes him much, not even the Daleks. So, all in all, it seems like too much of a coincidence, you being here and that.
Well put, Raz.
Thank you, Guz.
And why are you here? Guz. Raz?
Ah, well, it's difficult to know where to start, really.
Well, we're here to die, ultimately, aren't we?
Yeah, I suppose that's about the size of it. Bummer, really.
Yeah. We're not very happy about it, of course.
Nah, not happy, nah.
I'm sorry. And thank you again for cleaning off my suit.
Our pleasure.
Literally. We don't have a choice. The Daleks have put something in that fuel stuff, and we can't resist it. We need it to live.
But it's killing us. Nice trick, eh? Nice if you're some kind of psychopath. Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
You have been assigned to Chemical Fuel Unit Epsilon Delta 9. Report immediately to your designated area. Obey.
We obey.
Failure to obey will result in severe punishment.
Well.
Yes, well.
Oh, now she's looking pleased with herself, isn't she?
She is.
Aren't you, love?
Lovely smile.
Thank you.
So, come on, out with it. How come that Dalek didn't notice ya?
Well, it helped that you didn't give me away for a start, so thank you for that.
We'd never give anyone away to Daleks, would we, Guz?
Why would we? They're gits.
Gits, exactly. But stop changing the subject.
Well, I'm wearing a stealth suit. It's been specially designed to make its wearer invisible to all forms of Dalek scanning.
Oh, that is brilliant.
Brilliant. How did you do it? Who are you? Where are you from? How come you're so clever? Brilliant, genius.
I don't know how it works. I leave that to cleverer people than me.
Sensible.
Yeah. Never bother yourself with unimportant stuff. Very good.
My name's Loreen. I'm of Scarosian extract, and I'm relatively clever. Probably not in the way you're thinking.
Scarosian? From Scarlo?
My people are, yes.
But the Daleks are from Skaro, aren't they?
So are my people, the Thals. But we were driven out by the Daleks centuries ago. Listen, forgive me for being blunt, but are you going to help me or not?
I've never heard of them. What? Thals, did you say?
Yes, but are you going to help me?
No, never heard of the Thals, you say?
Yes, but I really need to know if you're going to help me.
Of course we're going to help you, love. Of course we are. I expect you want to know where Davros is being kept, don't you?
Yes.
Yes, of course. You're worrying if you can trust us. And who can blame you, eh? Who can blame you? I can't. Can you, Guz?
No, I mean, you went into a couple of Gralians on a Dalek ship.
Gralians?
Yeah, Gralians.
And you wonder to yourself, are these guys gonna dob me into the nearest Dalek? Maybe they'd do anything for a bit of extra food or a bit of, well, I don't know, slave promotion or something.
I don't think slaves get promoted, do they?
Well, that's half the trouble, innit? No prospects.
Please, I just need you to help me.
Help you? Yes, we know. Shall we just shut up and get on with it?
Yeah, probably should. Look, sorry about all the chatter, but we've been here for years, you see. Years and years of each other. Luckily, we pretty much get on, but I'm sure you can understand that it gets just a bit dull.
Dull? Yeah.
There's just one thing, before we take you to Davros' cell.
Yes.
Why should we?
Because you hate the Daleks?
Yeah, we hate the Daleks.
Yeah, of course.
Who doesn't? And Davros created them, so no one's gonna love him either, are they? But as far as we can gather, the Daleks are gonna execute Davros anyway. Oh yeah, we keep our ears to the ground, you know? So, what's the point of you being here?
It's a secret mission. I can't tell you. You're gonna have to trust me.
I see. Trust ya. What do you reckon, Raz? Give it a whirl.
Tell you what, Lorraine. We'll help you as much as we can. But we've heard about all the weirdos out there.
Weirdos?
People who think Davros is a genius. People who've been looking for him as long as the Daleks have. As long as you have. They think he's, you know, special. Worth saving or something. If we get one whiff of you being one of those, then we dob you into the Daleks. You understand? And they can exterminate you and Davros together. Got it?
I understand.
Good.
Good.
Come on then.
Report! Davros now attached to nutrition tank. Now we control his life functions. He cannot elude Dalek justice. I must report that. Continue report! I must report that Davros attempted to make contact. You were observed. You did well in resisting him and ignoring his words. I am loyal to the Supreme Dalek. Davros is a traitor and must be exterminated. Correct. Return to your duties. I obey.
Here we are.
How do I get in?
You're the clever one. We're just showing you the door, lady.
Yeah, I mean, it's all locked up, innit? They're not going to leave him behind a bit of net curtain, are they? Be sensible.
Of course. Well, thank you. I suppose you'd better get on with your duties or you'll be in trouble.
Yeah. Suppose so. Yeah, well, we'll be around if you need us.
Yeah, we're always passing through.
Right. Thanks.
Good luck. With your, secret mission, Lorraine.
Yeah, good luck.
Davros' cell found. No way in. Gralian slaves brought me here, but had no entry protocol. I have to take a risk. I'm going to use the short-range matter transmitter, but it's going to light up every energy detection board on this ship. So, here goes chaos.
Alert! Alert! Unauthorized energy discharge detected! Alert! Alert!
Report! Energy discharge has been traced to Davros' cell. Send our patrol to investigate immediately. I obey.
It seems you cannot stay away.
You will surrender the device immediately.
Device.
Surrender it.
Perhaps you could elucidate further.
An energy discharge was detected in this cell. You are the only being present in this cell. You must have activated some kind of device.